the corner over there with time. So, yeah, I'll be over the corner there with time cards, but you know, we never did. Okay, now that you see this, now that you see this, you want to make sure. Yeah, we'll both keep an eye on it, but if it looks like you're going there, I'll let you know. That's what the rest of the conference is, right? All right. Good. What else? Yeah, yeah. We got started so like we have a news it's the same damn script, it's just in non-camera. All right, anyway. All right, folks, welcome. Hi, everybody. Hello, happy people. Thank you for your patience. Technical difficulties, please stand by. Welcome. Are we, all right. I think, AV, we're ready to start the stream. If we have, are we good? Are we ready to record? Anybody? Sure. We're hoping that this is room. Anyhow, welcome everybody to BSides Las Vegas. You are in common ground. This talk is Russian malware in the Ukraine war, given by Chris Kubika. She has been to Ukraine several times, back and forth the last year, and has seen some shit, I believe is the answer. So, chill out, be happy. We'd like to, as we get in, at any point, thank our sponsors, Critical Stack and Valmail, and some of our stellar sponsors, Amazon, BlackBerry, the NSA, et cetera, et cetera. Sponsors do help make this thing possible. A couple of quick housekeeping things. Cell phones, we've all got them, and we are recording, and nobody wants to hear your cell phone. We want to hear Chris. Please put them on silent. Double check now, even if you think your phone is on silent. Use the mic. If you have Chris is going to give time for questions at the end. If you have a question, just stand up. I will bring the mic to you, or if it doesn't want to reach, I will bring you to the mic. But we want to hear it, and YouTube wants to hear it. If you have feedback, there's a link in the schedule for every talk for feedback. Use it, love it. We want to hear it. So with that, let's get started, and please welcome Chris. I'm out of here.
Woohoo! What a way to wake up! Yes! I'm still not awake. I'm in a different time zone. So I'm really happy to see you all in person. We're coming back one of these days post-COVID, but getting closer. And I'm, kind of glad to see the U.S. again, because I was having not so much fun in Ukraine when the war started. So this talk is going to be about some of the things that I saw firsthand, and some of the ongoing things that I'm still working on with various groups of people, computer emergency response teams, etc., and parts of the Ukrainian government. So, if you don't know me, to make this slide really short, I've written now 14 technical books. I teach how to hack shit, whether it be IT, IoT, or control systems. I have a background in nuclear cyber industry, as well as oil and gas. And sometimes I have fancy titles like the Distinguished Chair of the Cybersecurity and Emerging Technology Program at the Middle East Institute. I always have to say with a posh accent, because titles are weird. So I like to hack stuff. So, when I first got this call in February, going, "Hey, Chris, would you like to come to Ukraine?" And I'm like, I don't know, the news looks pretty grim. They're like, well, but, we're kind of afraid of a nuclear cyber incident. You've kind of handled a few of those. And I'm like, well, it might be good if you prepare. I kind of delayed my decision for a week and then ended up on the last Air France flight to Kyiv on the 20th of February. Yay, great timing, right? And it was great before the war started. I even tweeted to some of my girlfriends going, hey, you know, it's affordable here. They give you like a little seat thing for your purse. We got to do a girls' weekend in Kyiv. Yes! Aged like milk. So I was in Ukraine when the shit started hitting the fan, basically. And after I got settled into my hotel, which happened to be the same hotel that all the journalists were staying at, the Intercontinental, things started happening very quickly. And this, I will say, the same type of playbook has been playing out in most European and NATO countries right now, just following a different timeline. So we had the first grouping of attacks, which were very interesting because some of them were also used as misinformation by Russia as part of their justification to move into the West early on, or excuse me, East early on, and then the rest of the Ukraine. So we're going to talk about fun stuff, like who likes clean water? Except before the Russian tanks come in, obviously they don't want clean water there. Fun fact, up until about October of last year, it was still legal to own telecommunications infrastructure in the Ukraine as a Russian citizen. They finally made that illegal for obvious reasons. But as we all know, it's very hard to change around a bunch of infrastructure. So the same stuff that was there was here when the war started. Who likes money? Woo! We're in Vegas, baby, right? Yeah, especially when a war is about to break out. You kind of need cash. The human effects of what's been going on with some of the malware that's been sent to Ukraine, and what happens when your government doesn't function very well, how you can recover from that. So, like I said, who likes cash? It's awesome. I heard some woo-woo there. So one of the first things that hit while I was in the capital city was ATM machines stopped working throughout the city on Monday, so the 21st of February. You also couldn't exchange currency very easily. So I come from a Euro country, the Netherlands, and I didn't really come with a whole bunch of Ukrainian currency, so it made things difficult. But this is one of these playbook items where Russia started instilling a bit of fear. There was Russian media saying, no, we're not going to start a war with Ukraine, while troops start building up and all sorts of stuff start happening, especially in the east. So people wanted cash, just in case. The Ukrainian government had been telling people for months to start packing emergency go bags and things of that nature, because they were actually prepared thinking, hey, with all these troops, it doesn't look that great. I don't know about you, but Russia, they're really crappy neighbors. So people couldn't get money out. Sometimes they could not log into their banking account. Now, imagine if you're like, oh man, Russian troops are surrounding us and I can't get money out and I have kids or family or someone I have to worry about. And I can't go north because that's where Belarus is. It's kind of close to Belarus, the capital city. Couldn't go, east because that's where lots of Russian troops were amassing. So how do you get through without this thing called credit cards and Google Pay and Apple Pay? Ukraine, before the war, it's actually quite advanced in its digital technology. So most places use a lot of Apple Pay or Google Pay. But what's this cash stuff? So that began. Then in the east, the province of Luhansk, all of a sudden, all of their water facilities were hit by a cyber attack. The Russian government tried to say, look at what Ukraine is doing to our citizens. They're cutting off water to our citizens. That's why we have the right to protect ethnic Russians in the east. Obviously, that was not the case. Ukraine had no reason to launch cyber attacks against the water infrastructure in the east, but things can be used and misused a lot when it comes to war. So, As I was there for the 24th, getting woken up by shelling, and as the sun rose, could see columns of smoke and more shit getting blown up, and we decided to evacuate because, you know, it's kind of a good idea when you're told there's a column of tanks coming to the capital city from Russia, and you don't know if they're going to bomb you. And, oh look, at our evacuation point, we can see paratroopers in the sky, and they're not Ukrainian. So it was kind of a good idea to get the hell out of the capital city. And that also meant being on a very long ride to the border. We actually chose Syria, Romania, because to the west, everyone was heading there, so there were traffic jams going to Poland. Obviously, you could not go to the north to Belarus or the east where the Russian troops were coming in. Luckily for a win for technologists, a teenage boy used his personal drone and saw the column of tanks and was able to contact the Ukrainian army, and they were able to destroy that column of tanks before they actually got to the capital city. So, win-win. Hey, that's why I love to see kids here doing hacking stuff, because, you know, hey, proof positive you can actually change things and save lives with it. So we had a very long ride to the border in a bus. Well, we call it a bus in Europe, but it's a Sprinter van from Mercedes with that fit 26 people. My friend Todd here has a Sprinter van, and you look inside and you're like, 26 people fit in here? Yes, because we're European. So we like to squeeze into small places. So we had a convoy, a car in one of these Sprinter vans, and there were 3 people driving the 2 vehicles, myself being one of them, for driving 24 hours straight kind of thing, and trying to get to the border. By the way, there were kids. I gotta set the stage, because I'm not used to kids. They don't let you sleep. Holy crud, if you're a parent, I'm so sorry. I sympathize. Whoa, right? Luckily, they thought we were just on a camping trip. You know, they didn't realize, and I'm glad they didn't, that their home in the capital city was gone. They had no way to see their grandparents again. So camping trip it is. So we get close to the border, and we're like, fuck. Oh, it's, let's see, what's 9 kilometers? It's about 6 miles long. Just the chaotic drive to the border. Because Ukraine required an exit procedure. And when I say a 6-mile long line, that's like, oh, well, maybe you can get through in 4 to 6 hours. No. No, it was days. And the reason being, which I found out the first night we spent the night in the bus waiting near the border with the kids, who did not let me sleep, was that the border patrol in the Ukraine had been hit by wiper virus. So when we got close enough to actually speak to senior officials at the Border Patrol, that's when I could actually verify with them what was going on, what assistance was needed, and so forth. Now, imagine the picture that you see in the news of all these cars lined up all around trying to get the hell out of Ukraine, right? But they were all on pencil and paper using a landline to double check things because the wiper virus removed their database and a series of databases. So this was a bad thing because it was really fucking cold, and there was a petrol station or gasoline station on each side of the road about 4 miles back from the border, and you know, forest, and I guess one lady did not want to wait or go to the forest, and she actually froze to death standing in line waiting to use the toilet at this petrol station. Gasoline was limited to buy, so for example, we had to leave only the seat heaters on for myself and the alternate driver to keep moving all night long, but we couldn't afford the fuel to heat the rest of the bus, so everybody just piled underneath piles of clothes, because we did not know if we would be able to have enough fuel for 4 or 5 days to wait on the border with heat. So imagine cars that ran out of gas, that had handicapped folks, that had babies, etc., etc. And there was no extra food or water or, you know, a toilet that you could use without chancing it freezing to death, all because of a malware attack. That's one thing we have to understand as technologists, is this stuff now has really real-world consequences. It isn't just a news item that goes, ooh, another exploit I can use. Well, yeah, but then sometimes they kill people. And in this case, this was one of the things. So I'm going to actually try to play this video. If not, I will talk around what it says. Hold on.
But this is the situation that happened at
This
the
was one of our
border a couple
passengers.
of days ago when me and Chris had a chance to go out of Ukraine. So we were at the queue and we found out that the security, like the system, the informatic system of the border, like went down. So that's why they took a break in the night, because they didn't have access to computers and they couldn't verify documents for people getting out of the country. And at that point, Chris, who was, from what I understood, Chris, who was in the country in Ukraine to help them with cyber attacks and all that stuff, had the chance to go there and talk with them and help them and guide them through some directions. And she was also working, as we speak, on this as well. So that's why we had a chance, me being with Chris there, we had a chance to be prioritized in front of the queue and be able to cross the border in order for Chris to be able to help them further with what happened in there with the cyber attack.
So it was very interesting because we got to bypass about 3 to 4 days of waiting in line at the border. And they prioritized us because it seems that I may or may not make fun of Putin, and there may or may not have been some various hit lists of people that they were trying to find. I know during our journey we ran into Wagner Group twice, who tried to stop us and tried to shoot at us in south central Ukraine. So this particular chap, by the way, very interesting guy. As we were trying to evacuate Kyiv, we had a group of Americans who panicked with, I swear to God, it seemed like 10 large pieces of luggage. They're like, no, we're going to unload, we'll find something, without speaking Ukrainian. And they thought that they were going to hail a cab or something with 10 pieces of luggage. So in the meantime, we found this group of 8 Romanians who were like, what the hell is going on? We were just brought here for a business trip. And when we tried to call the company, they're like, new phone, who's this? Right? And you're like, fuck me. So we loaded them on, and it turns out he's the most famous journalist in Romania. So he also documented the whole thing. The Microsoft CEO considers this now the Border Patrol attack, the first instance of a Geneva Convention violation using digital means. But if you want to follow him, he's on Instagram. He's a really cool guy. Now, with this, there are also other things that went on. No one, including Microsoft, has a position if this was on purpose or just because it had been attached to the Border Patrol. So was it targeted or not, who knows? One of the things it took out was the entire orphan database and children in the care system in Ukraine. So suddenly, hundreds of thousands of children did not have any sort of identification. Now, if you're trying to cross a border, and you might not have all the paperwork, or one of your neighbor's kids, or whatever, how are you going to cross that border when they might not have ID? Hey, yeah, I'll take some of the kids from the orphanage, shove them in my car, you get to the border. No, sorry, we suspect you might be child trafficking, because that happens during war. So what do? So a lot of kids could not get out because of that, because I worked with several groups who were trying to find care homes in various countries for regular orphan kids and also disabled orphan kids. They could not get out in time, had to be turned around at the border sometimes. One particular case, we had over 50 cases that had sheltered in the theater in Mariupol. And even though there were signs outside that said, you know, don't kill us, there's kids in here, the Russians destroyed that theater, and we lost most of those orphan children because they had not been able to get out before due to a wiper virus. So another case of shit. This is what technology does. Also, the Russians have been kidnapping children. There's over 200 kids who have already been pushed over to Russia. Infiltration camps. If they don't have proper ID, how are they going to ever get back after this grim war ever ends? They're now stuck in Russia for the rest of their lives. So speaking of ID, Ukraine also has this great ID application called the Daria system. And it sounds fantastic, except during wartime. So it'll store your ID, your tax information, your car registration, your vaccination status, so forth. So if you are like, oh no, I didn't grab all of my stuff because they shelled my neighbor's house and mine caught on fire, you thought, hey, let's use this Daria app. Well, the Russians started messing with it, and there were times that the service was completely unavailable. So you were hopeful that when you got up to the border, and if this was your only stuff, they could actually get through. Because of some of these interruptions, a couple of the countries that bordered with Ukraine, one of which was Romania, one which was Moldova, said if you don't have ID, we understand, just cross the border, which was very unusual at the time. But with that, the Russians took a whole bunch of personally identifiable information. As you can imagine, privacy does not exist during a war, just the way it is. So it's one of these situations where, what do you do when you're trying to leave a war zone, or you think that there might be safe areas? I don't know if this map will work, but we'll try it. So that shows you an idea of some of the bombing and timelines of attack. It's not the greatest one. I could have used a different map. But let's just put it this way. All the little red dots and so forth that are also entering the center part are bombs and shelling that Russia has done. So even early on, you weren't safe in particular areas. A lot of people headed to the south thinking they would be safe. And then the Russians moved more towards the southwest. So one of these things, like, what do you do? Crap. How many of you have ever studied abroad, have your children study abroad, wanted to study abroad? Yeah, quite a few, it sounds like a cool experience. So it was further complicated by the fact that there were over 25,000 international students in Ukraine when the war started. The Ukraine has been known for generations now to be a low-cost, high-quality country to get degrees and advanced degrees for the global south. So that meant that there were a lot of people from age 16 onward studying to be doctors or lawyers or maritime stuff or computer science who might not speak fluent Ukrainian, at least not yet, who did not look like they were Ukrainians, were also stuck because some of the major university areas, Kherson, which you keep hearing about in the news, Sumy, which is almost directly on the Russian border, those places were so close to the border they were taken over within hours. So what do you do if you're also a foreign national? And you've just gotten back to school after COVID. Then you're like, crap, they're trying to kill me. So there were a lot of complications with that as well. Now, there's a lot of ongoing stuff that keeps occurring. There's more and more wiper viruses. I like to say wipers are like disco. Every few years they come back and they become like a fashionable attack tool. Because this year is the 10th anniversary of a massive wiper virus, the first massive wiper virus ever used in such capacity. The Iranians attacked Saudi Aramco and almost destabilized the global economy. There's a lot of surveillanceware, and that's kind of expected, but there's also a lot of dirty tricks that are going on with it.
I'm sorry, I've got to interrupt you.
Yeah.
You made a speaker request?
Yes!
Now, unfortunately, BSides cannot condone or promote any expressions of violence of any kind, but you asked for a picture of Putin under a Ukrainian tractor. I have here for you a picture of Putin. And, one moment.
Oh, that's going to be great.
I have here for you a Ukrainian tractor. And whatever you do with this once I give it to you is up to you. I have no control
It's
over it.
Vegas, baby. All right.
Thank you so much.
Woohoo!
Thank you so much.
And be sure to step on Putin on your way out somehow. Because fuck Putin. So some of the things I've been working on is working with quite a few groups to help get people out, especially the most vulnerable folks. We had a situation of an elderly care home where most people had Alzheimer's and dementia and the staff fled. So that could be your grandparents. You know, think about that. So things were happening. So we've had cases where Russia has explicitly targeted some of our groups, gotten on the communications channel and go, hey, so you're going to go rescue a family? Really, let's kill the family before you get there. Or let's pretend to be a family and then kidnap you as an aid worker and charge $50,000 to get you back for ransom. Or at the very least beat the living crap out of you and leave you for dead as an aid worker because we know where you're going because of surveillanceware. And most NGOs are like, let's save people. What is cybersecurity? Let's save people. So those are the hard, choices you have to make. So those who have had contact on Ukrainian telecoms, a lot of them, including myself, were rerouted back to Ukraine and into Russia, just on our mobile phones, even though we were in the rest of Europe. There have been cases where refugees who have been public about their stories have gotten bombarded with pictures such as hacked away bodies, corpses set on fire. Yay, fantastic. And then there's been a lot of disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and propaganda going on, especially in the former Soviet states. NATO countries have been attacked, cyber attacked, over and over again. Some countries have had to shut off geographic access outside of their country, like Albania, Romania, and parts of Moldovan government as well. So a lot of shiznit still going on. Unfortunately, things keep getting worse. We now have a series of, because Russia seems to love to rig nuclear power plants with explosives or shoot at it. But also, what are they doing if they've now completely gone bonkers for a scorch and burn policy? What are they going to do on the cyber front? Not just Ukraine, but to other supporting countries listed on their unfriendly list. We are now unfriendly. I'm a friendly person, unless you're Putin. Remember, step on Putin. So I did put in some references, but you can easily search. I didn't want to put too many references on. I left time for questions. Try to keep them short. No word statements like, the war doesn't exist. Yes, it does. No political statements. And so I'll leave this up at the end. Thank you, everybody. All the journalists that help. And if you like me and would like to work with me, I am looking for a job. So time for questions.
If anybody has any questions, raise your hand and I will save this Red Bull. And
Luckily I drank it.
there is no way on earth this mic is going to reach there, so if you don't mind popping up.
If you step on Putin, everybody who has a questions, come here up on Putin. Yeah, just be very careful. You have it kind of rigged up. And then we're stepping on Putin.
All right.
I can hear you.
Yeah, so I'm a threat analyst at Netscope. I deal with a lot of the Russian. So I'm a threat analyst at Netscope. I do a lot of analysis on Russian malware and what comes in. And the point I've been really trying to prove is that I genuinely believe that cyber is the next aspect of war. And I wanted to ask you if that's something that you believe as well. If specifically location, don't know how to ask this, I'm sorry. If you believe that there's a correlation between where the malware is hitting and where the kinetic attacks are going to come. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, is there a relationship between the kinetic attacks and cyber attacks? To a certain extent, absolutely. So for example, we saw early on in the war that Russia had tried to take out the satellite communications to end Zelensky's comms, but also satellite phones. Unfortunately, as we all know, people network segment, and there's this thing called air gap. Wasn't true. Took out the French space programs, communications, a bunch of maritime communications, because they didn't really segment satellite phone communications. Whatever. So, so before that attack, then they started another shelling campaign, hoping to be undercover, but that was not the case. So there is a relationship between the two. There seems to be a preparation with cyber and then physical something. Next question. Pop on up.
And then pop back on down.
There we go.
So one of the questions I have is you mentioned that there are no coincidences in war. Makes total sense. What were some of the rumblings, some of the things that happened beforehand that you maybe became aware of, or that maybe we can watch for? Because if Russia's not done, Russia's not done.
Well, so there were some oddities, such as when they started switching their handheld radio systems. I was alerted, and that was, 6 hours before they started shelling the capital. So there were a few oddities, and also watching the meme generation coming out of certain countries that were going to be more pro-Russian started kicking off. So it was like in preparation for. So there are certain things, they want to win the hearts and minds as well as shoot anybody that doesn't agree with them. So, to do that, there has to be a process beforehand and then coinciding with it as well. So yes, there are certain precursors. I have more time for questions. Putin still needs footprints. Come on over here. Don't pee, because somebody will have to clean it up. Don't be a bastard. Speak close to the mic.
Yeah, I'm not going to trip all day. Hi. I was paying attention to the buildup of the war, and even in January, the analysts that I was reading basically had the start date of the war within a 48-hour window. They're like, it's going to wait till after the Olympics. It's going to be right in here. How much of that are you aware was Ukrainian intelligence, and how much of that was just the entire international community, putting all their resources together to nail this down?
Okay, so as the war started building up, there were lots of people who said, hey, it's going to be on this date or that date or whatever, which was a good move on Russia's part, because they're like, hey, those are the days we're definitely not going to attack. We're going to make them spin up, get all their people tired. When you have to do these things, you get kind of fatigued. Also, it allowed for the Ukrainians themselves to go, oh man, this is always in the news. Maybe they're right about media not being the greatest because the Westerners keep saying there's a war and there's no war yet. So complacency. But at the same time, some people don't understand Putin really likes numerology. So when the first Russian troops started going through the east, stepping over that border, which was on 22nd of February 2022, he loves doing things like that. Look at when they started moving into Georgia. Yeah, it's great. So that's when the first big escalation occurred. So yeah, there were a lot of things said, but you see, they didn't think about numerology and all the yes men and a few other things when the war started. So, I don't know. Hope that answers it. I still have time for more questions. Putin loves to be stomped on. Come on up. I mean, he also likes other things, like big burly men with no shirt on.
Okay. One of the questions I have is the relationship between Putin utilizing, we see the use of hacktivism, but also the engagement of the ransomware gangs, and to what extent did you see that being used, and how would that carry forward?
So, fun fact, about 2 years ago, Russia decriminalized basically any hacking that occurs in Russia as long as it's outbound and it does not affect Russian entities. Yay! So, this has been going on for a while. I mean, if your country, I'm going to hiccup. If your country's at war, why wouldn't you use hackers? Also, if you want to get a lot of people involved on your side who are hackers, are not going to use a lot of exotic tools. It's going to take too long. It's going to cost too much. But ransomware, yay! You just got to tweak a few things. You don't have to get the money. You just have to destroy. So, yeah. I think more and more this is going to occur. And, you know, the 2020s suck. So, yeah, there you go. Come on up. You're easier to come up this way. Don't trip on your way back. Please, for the love of God.
Given your global experience, I'm curious what the level of sophistication from the Russians is. They obviously seem very motivated, but how technically savvy are they?
They are not very technically savvy. And they also don't necessarily understand Ukrainian culture or the language necessarily, because there's been a lot of very weird attacks. Was it last week? I think it was last week. I'm so tired from jet lag. Maybe it was the week before. I was at MCH 2022, and we had a panel on some of the things that were going on in Ukraine with one of the panelists remote dialing in from Ukraine. And so she went through some instances where there was a spin on a government entity name for a website that had nothing to do with the government entity, and because that's more like a colloquialism for Ukrainian, they were attacking those instead of some of the actual government websites. So in her opinion, most of the stuff that they've seen is not very sophisticated. So I have time for some questions. I've got one up here and we'll start getting you lined up. Come on. No. Keep. Just don't trip.
I have a good stamp on this guy.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is a follow-on from the previous question, which is, if Russia's not particularly sophisticated, was it that the Ukrainian infrastructure wasn't well designed, or I have to ask the question because...
Yeah, who thinks that the U.S. government, the pinnacle of cybersecurity, is prepared to go to war right now with its infrastructure? For the record, nobody raised their hand. So before the war, there was already a struggle. And people just accepted that cyber attacks would happen. Like when, the ATM machines weren't working, they're like, oh, that's just another cyber attack from Russia. We might not have electricity soon. Oh, well, Russia. Because it's been expected. But at the same time, Ukraine was not a wealthy country. Well, unless you're an oligarch, that's a different story. So they didn't have top-of-the-line stuff. It was hard to keep experts in the country when the rate of pay, retirement is $300 US. Awesome. So if that gives you an idea of their pay range, how do you retain those people? And then, oh yeah, we've been at war since 2014 with the Russians. So they were in a very unique position. They were perhaps a bit more vulnerable than the U.S., but perhaps not. So yeah, it was a quagmire before the war. Luckily, they understand crisis and were able to get a lot of things spun up and changed over during the war. All right, next question.
So late in 2021, they were starting to clone the government websites of Ukraine. How effective do you think that was with the spread of malware and disinformation campaigns early on?
Well, I think that they were weirdly successful in some ways with some of the cloned websites for people who didn't know any better. But, you know, you always get those people. It's a Nigerian prince scam almost. Like, if you're going to believe this with all the misspellings, we can get you for money. It's a test. So they did do a pretty good job with some of the propaganda and all the misinformation and all that kind of stuff. So they were geared up and ready, especially with former Soviet states near the border. I remember by the time we arrived in Bucharest, I almost punched my hotel clerk because it was going around on Facebook that only the wealthy Ukrainians got out. And why on earth are Romanians helping all these wealthy Ukrainians when we have so much poverty here? And she repeated that to me. And I'm like, dude, are you serious? You know, I'm with a family with 2 kids and they got 2 bags. That's all they own now. But it was prepped on different types of social media with some of this negative sentiment. So in a way, it was successful. In a way, like when they made this deep fake of Zelensky surrendering to Russia, people just laughed their ass off. So in other ways, they were not winning, but they do a damn good job. I have room, let's see, okay, 7 minutes. It's either that or you will listen to me sing cappella.
It's always nice to step on Putin, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think we as an industry can learn, and do we need to prepare for Russia in the following months? And also, yeah, you all touched on it already. Do you think Russians will start ransom destroying NATO countries?
The time to prepare was last year. But now we have a war where all sorts of stuff is hitting. NATO does not want to enter the war. So they're like, oh, go ahead and take our space satellite communications down. Go ahead and, you know, hit all sorts of banking stuff in Finland. Sure, we're not going to physically go in this war. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on, and it's heating up. Do I think that they'll restore stuff? Well, let's see. How many of you knew that Costa Rica for about a month was held, it was held by ransomware from Russians who wanted $50 million to allow them to take in tax revenue again in some of their medical system. So I saw about 5 people. Costa Rica is a protectorate of the U.S. They don't have a military. So just being a protectorate has entered them into the war. Awesome, not awesome. Another place that Russia is hitting is in your supply chain for those small to medium-sized businesses, where it's crucial that your business stays up because you're a unique vendor. But, oh, by the way, you probably don't have great cybersecurity or do loads of testing or can afford external pen tests and a fancy Deloitte consultant who will charge you $80,000 just to shake your hand. Those are some of the areas that really need to prepare. And I wish they had better grants and easier grants for small to medium-sized businesses that need to up their security. So I have time for like 1 to 2 more questions. You can also just come up and step on Putin. I don't mind. We have one mic, man.
Can you help us understand the difference in DMPP? Like, can you help us understand the difference with DMPP, as in what each one of those means?
Oh, sure. So, because the industry loves fancy acronyms, DMMP, I had to remember what it was yesterday because sometimes I forget. Disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and propaganda. So there's some subtle but interesting differences. So propaganda might be to try to get you to support certain things. Nowadays there's fake but realistic looking media websites that'll actually advertise some of this various not so great truthful information and set up propaganda as a whole. Now with that, misinformation tries to divert you Disinformation will try to have a sliver of truth to make it believable. Malinformation is just malicious as fuck. Like, we've had some instances of people working for aid organizations trying to get people out of Ukraine, and suddenly they've been slandered as child pedophiles with fake mugshots put up on Facebook. And once a malicious rumor gets started, you're hosed. How do you get rid of that, right? So we've seen a lot of this go on, and it's still continuing. So it's very unfortunate. I wish the U.S. Had not closed their office of anti-propaganda during the Bush Senior presidency, because they didn't think it was important. So yeah, so there you go. I have 3 minutes.
Given your experience with Russia, how do you extrapolate that with China, Taiwan, and those other situations where we might not be able to dance around it and avoid it like NATO has with Russia?
Yeah, so I think most of us believe that China's been checking out going, hey, how's Russia being treated? They can still get around stuff. Oh, when can I get Taiwan in my grubby little hands? Woohoo! Some countries have been watching Taiwan very closely. Also looking at how you can destabilize things early on before you actually have physical troops. I mean, why not? If I was an evil dictator, I would do the same thing. I'm also looking for a job as an evil dictator. I'm just saying, I'd be very good at it. So things are being looked at, Swords are rattling. There's Chinese jets around Taiwan right now because of the Pelosi visit. It's just another day. Nothing's crazier than nation state crazy. I thought some of my relationships were bad, but no. So there you go, folks. I will have Putin up here for the next couple of minutes until the next speaker comes up, and I will take the conversation outside.
Thank you, Chris, everybody. Thank you for being here. See you at the next one.
Tape has the stuff, so it doesn't.
So much, that was great. That was awesome.
Good. Just sliding stuff in and getting out of the next speaker's way. Oh, hey! Thank you.
Just wanted to say hi. I'm Gabrielle. I'm a hacker. I follow you on social media. And I launched a campaign for women hackers. And people had to take their picture and post them on social media. And so
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I wanted to give you this t-shirt.
All right. You guys are up next, right?
Yes.
All right. We'll go out here.
going to wait a second because I'm going to wait just a second so that we can get our live stream going. But hello, good morning, hi. Everybody, we're good. Okay. Hello, happy people. Thank you for coming. Welcome to Common Ground if you haven't been here before. It's wonderful to see you. You know, just a few sort of housekeeping things. I want to say thank you to our sponsors, Amazon, NSA, blah, 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 sorry. But anyway, little housekeeping. We've all got cell phones, and we don't want to hear any of them for the next hour, so please check them now. Make sure they're silenced. Be respectful, blah, blah, blah. Also, feedback, we love feedback, so in the schedule on the website, hit the feedback button, tell us what you think. And that's pretty much it. I don't want to stand in the way of two of my favorite people right here, Wendy Knox-Everett and Shane Angle, who will introduce themselves before I say embarrassing things about them. Take it away, guys.
Hi everyone, welcome to our talk about FedRAMP. We can all have a little PTSD here together if you've done FedRAMP before. If you haven't and you're a SOC 2 person, you're interested in doing your uplift, we're here to give you lots of hints and tips and share the pain. So, I am going to hand this off to Shay in a second, but we are delighted to be here. Thank you so much for coming to our talk.
Thanks, Wendy. Shane Angle. I am currently practice lead and director of audit services for Leviathan Security Group. Have been in security for about 15 years. Listing all of the roles would require sitting over a drink for a long time or something. Been working in FedRAMP since 2014. That picture was taken roughly 2013, which is, FedRAMP is one of the reasons why there's a lot more gray hair now. And I have the cutest dogs in the world, which Wendy is going to disagree with me on.
Yeah, I bring photographic proof in this slide. But hi, I'm Wendy. I'm CISO at a startup that works with a lot of healthcare information. But in a prior life, I did a lot of FedRAMP. I also did a ton of SOC 2 work. So I'm going to be speaking mostly to the SOC 2 side of this. Both of us have done both the audit programs. So we'll both speak a little bit to them, but I am here representing SOC 2. And that is my puppy dog, is a little black and white one up there. Her name is Tally. She just turned a year old. She is a walking fuzzy cloud, as Maritam says.
That is Truvy on the left and Joey on the right. Joey is best described as if a raccoon was raised by a family of cats. That's what his behavior would be. And Truvy, as you can kind of see in that picture, is best described as a Chihuahua head transplanted onto a potato body. I love them dearly, and they're clearly much cuter.
Cool. So who is this for? If you have ever done a SOC 2 Type 2, I guess if you've ever done a SOC 2 Type 1, but it's going to be even bigger uplift there. There's a federal agency that might be interested in your really cool whiz-bang product. You want to sell your cloud offering to like Department of Transportation, FBI, or so forth. You will need to go through FedRAMP.
So, you know, as Wendy said, so maybe you have an existing SOC 2 program, you're looking to achieve FedRAMP authorization, and the initial thought often when you're dealing with competing programs like that is, well, great, now I have to start over from scratch. No. We will, what? We will explain how it is going to be a lot of work, but you can use your SOC 2 work as a lot of the foundational work for FedRAMP. So we'll talk, as we said, a little bit about SOC 2 introduction, FedRAMP introduction, and then exactly what that uplift that I mentioned is going to be, and then some strategies for achieving FedRAMP authorization and kind of reducing the pain level on that.
Cool. So I'm going to do a little bit of level setting on SOC 2. How many people here have ever been through a SOC 2 audit of any kind? Okay. So this will be pretty basics. This is probably more for people who have no idea what we're talking about when we talk about SOC 2. There's these things called trust services criteria. Security, availability, confidentiality are the most common ones. especially if you're in a cloud. Availability and confidentiality aren't quite gimmies, but they're pretty easy, easy relatively. You can inherit a lot of that from AWS or your cloud platform. For getting the certification, you have to implement controls that implement those trust services criteria. So in security, there'll be some things that you have to put in place. Availability, you have a couple more, and I'll go through those in a moment. And then you bring in an audit firm. Has to be a CPA firm that's licensed to give a SOC 2 certification. They will come in and make sure that you are actually following the controls that you say you follow. If you don't know how to build your own control set, they can help you build a control set. And you have to show that you had all these in place throughout. And so I'm going to flag something that a lot of people don't think about with the SOC 2, which is that the scoping is up to you. So at my startup, I am currently working with auditors to define what our scope is, and I would like it just to be AWS. We're going to leave user endpoints out because we don't allow health information to leave our AWS account. And so we define our scope there. It's up to us. I have to explain to the auditors why I think this is a valid scope, but I can dictate it. And keep that in mind when we come to FedRAMP, because spoiler alert, it's a little different. So in terms of defining your controls, this is something that you will sit down and look at the trust services criteria. You can basically take the wording they have in that and turn it from like the entity does to like my company does this. A good auditor will be able to work with you. You can hire Shay to come in and help you build your control set. And you want to basically have controls that work with how your company actually works. I'm going to just flag that there's a difference between type 1 and type 2. Type 1 is a point in time. I've done these controls at least once. I could do them. Type 2, the auditor will look for time-stamped evidence to show that the controls were continuously in place throughout the audit period. So the security principle is really the biggest one. You have some flexibility in the pieces of it that you do, but there's some commonality, like you pretty much need to have a pen test. You need to be doing some vulnerability management. You can use Dependabot. I've used Dependabot for several SOC 2 audits, but you have to show why it's legit, essentially, to do most of your vulnerability management through that. You need to do incident response tabletops and so forth, but really so long as you are checking enough of the boxes in the principles, your control set is pretty much written by you. Risk register and risk management is a huge part of SOC 2. Do you know what the risks to your organization are, and is your management aware and briefed on them? There's a lot also of business controls here. Do you have a code of conduct for your employees? One that I like, because I have to comply with HIPAA, is I can show that we have a sanctions policy in place, and that gives me credit for my SOC 2 also. So that's more of an administrative sort of thing, that SOC 2 wants to look at a well-run organization, and does management understand what is happening on the ground level? You have to show that you interview people when you hire them. You're not just pulling people off the street and bringing them in. You have to do performance reviews and so forth. And so the security principle is a little bit more than just, are you patching your machines and running an incident response program? If you're on AWS, availability is a lot of pass-through. You just have to show that you can scale, show that you're doing some level of backups and restoration, usually using AWS tooling. There are a couple, these are the principles that you have to implement your controls for. Showing that we measure our usage and we can handle surges if it's going to come, and we're forecasting our growth, and so management is not going to be shocked when next year we're like, oh yeah, we need to completely scale up our S3 usage. Confidentiality is also another one that if you're on a cloud provider is almost an easy add-on, because you are using their destruction of machines. You can rely on their SOC 2. If you open up a SOC 2 for someone who's on AWS and they've done the confidentiality principle, you see a lot of AWS controls listed, and so you're pulling from their SOC 2. And so the type of things that you are responsible for instead of the cloud provider is that if your user endpoints are in scope, you need to show that you're destroying those either through cryptographic destruction, where you change the password to file vault or so forth, or getting them shredded by someone who gives you a certificate of destruction. And you have data classification in place, and you know where stuff goes. So I have a data classification policy in place, and I know that PHI can only go into certain HIPAA-approved systems within AWS, and I have to make sure that my engineers follow that, and that I can enforce it and make sure it's being followed. So that is SOC 2 in like 3 minutes. If you have specific SOC 2 questions, we're going to touch on some of these a little bit more later. You can come talk to us. But the meat of this is going to be FedRAMP, and so I'm going to give this to Shay.
Thanks, Wendy. So what exactly is FedRAMP? And this will be kind of breakdown of what it is and a little history, government history lesson as well. So initially released by the US federal government in 2011, based on NIST 853, and it provides both a standardized assessment process for people looking to get authorized and a standardized authorization process. And the idea behind both of those is that if you want to sell a product to, say, 5 different agencies, hopefully you don't have to get assessed 5 different times. The idea is that your initial authorization theoretically can be reused by other agencies that you're looking to work with. And FedRAMP is focused specifically on what the program refers to as cloud service providers. So selling a cloud-based offering to one or more federal agencies. Couple of terms, organizations you will hear about and deal with in the process. FedRAMP JAB is the Joint Authorization Board. I'll get into exactly what the Joint Authorization Board is in a little bit, so just kind of stay tuned on that. FedRAMP PMO kind of administers everything, and then you will eventually be dealing with one or more agencies through the process. So the FedRAMP authorization will give you the ability to provide services to one or more agencies. There are a couple of different paths that you can go. Either what's called an agency authorization, which I'll explain details on, or what's called a provisional ATO or authority to operate. Provisional ATOs are provided by the Joint Advisory Board. And then authorizing officials, or AOs, are basically the people that will sign off on your authorization. So if you've looked at FedRAMP at all, you've heard about FedRAMP low and moderate and high and a few other things that we'll get into later. That's referred to as the impact level, and it's really a measure of potential risk for the system. So determining impact level is done typically by the cloud service provider very early on in the process, using FIPS 199, looking at the CIA, not the intelligence community CIA triad. You'll examine for each one of those pieces if a breach occurs focused on that particular item, what's the impact going to be? And FIPS 199 gives you some guidance on how to figure out, what classifies as moderate, so on and so forth. One thing to note on that is you use the high water mark. So if 2 out of those 3 you judge the impact as low and 1 is judged as high, you have to categorize the system as high impact. I mentioned there were a couple of other things. Talk very briefly about FedRAMP tailored. We're really focused on low, moderate, and high for the purposes of this talk. FedRAMP tailored is for very low risk systems that can't contain any PII. Technically, and they can only be SaaS offerings. Technically, with FedRAMP tailored, you're required to follow all of the controls for FedRAMP low. However, you can self-attest to the majority of them. There are between 29 and 51 that you will need to have an outside party validate your compliance with. And that's really dependent on a number of factors in terms of things like where are you hosting the application, those sorts of things. And Wendy?
I'm going to hop in here because I actually went from FedRAMP to SOC 2. And when I did my first SOC 2 audit, I was like, what is this nonsense where I get to tell you guys what my audit scope is? That is not a thing that exists in FedRAMP land. If the systems have data that need to meet a certain classification, congrats, that's in scope. There is no real wiggle room on that unless you redesign your systems. It's mandatory. SOC 2, one of my friends always jokes that you could do a SOC 2 audit a cocktail napkin if you really wanted to, if you really wanted to pay an auditor to do that for you. And then I'm going to throw it over to Shay to talk about FedRAMP data in the US. I believe the answer is no, it doesn't have to be, but you're going to be in a world of pain.
Thanks, Wendy. Yeah. So, and this is a question I get a lot: is do we have to have everything hosted in the U.S.? If we're hosting with AWS, do we have to only use U.S. availability zones, that sort of thing? The technical answer is no. You can host it anywhere. Specific agencies may have their own requirements about where it's hosted, and the other place that hosting location will figure in for FedRAMP is depending on staffing used by your provider as to whether or not they're U.S. citizens or not. And again, there's a good deal of flexibility technically in FedRAMP on that, but individual agencies may have specific requirements about staffing as well. And the other thing about FedRAMP is I really hope you like paperwork. The FedRAMP PMO is taking some steps to provide some degree of automation for your assessment package and those sorts of things, but the general rule of thumb that I've experienced is about 1,000 pages for all of your documentation for a moderate impact system. A number of years ago, I was working for a cloud service provider, and we were putting our authorization package together, and you'll often go through several revisions of it, and the sponsoring agency in question, who shall remain nameless, insisted on paper copies of the authorization package and in triplicate for each revision. So every 2 weeks or so during the process, I would go to my office with a rollaboard suitcase. I'd fill it up with binders, take the train into DC, drop it off the agency, and then leave the agency with an empty suitcase.
It's not at all sketchy.
No, not at all. So, what if I told you FedRAMP is only the beginning? CMMC is been in the news a lot recently. It has been somewhat in flux. It is certainly not something instead of FedRAMP, but handles somewhat similar but different material, specifically for DoD contractors that are handling any sort of controlled unclassified information. Based on NIST 800-171, in a lot of cases, contractors can self-attest to compliance with that. As I said, it's been in flux. I think this is wood. Knock on wood, that is settling down. I can certainly talk about that more after the talk or something like that if someone wants to. And the other piece that I want to talk about is what's referred to as FedRAMP Plus, which is used for cloud service providers that are going to be providing services to the DoD. And you can look at that somewhat as an overlay on top of FedRAMP. The DoD doesn't really like it when you say overlay on top of FedRAMP, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. So it uses numbered impact levels. There is a reason why there's no level 1 and there's no level 3. They merged levels and decided not to renumber, is the short version. So impact level 2 is equivalent to FedRAMP moderate. Satisfying FedRAMP moderate technically satisfies the requirements of impact level 2. And IL4, again, there's a correspondence between that and FedRAMP high, or you can use something that satisfies IL2 and then add on specific controls related to CUI, and then you'll get more and more rigorous as you go up to impact level 6.
Can you touch on what MCI and NS says?
I don't remember what MCI is. NSS is referring to national security information, basically. That is not yet at the, it is national security information, but in this context, it's not yet at a classified level. So, emerging from that little rabbit hole that I just took us down, we'll return to FedRAMP. So I already talked about kind of the paperwork burden you're likely to deal with. So talking about preparation, there's really 2 ways you can do that. You can run it yourself. If you have experience in the area, I think that's great. Mandatory disclaimers that I work for a professional services company. We do FedRAMP consulting, so I have a vested interest, obviously, in people doing getting outside assistance, it can be very valuable if you're limited in terms of resources and expertise. That's all I'm going to say on that. So I mentioned before, you have the Joint Advisory Board, which can issue you a provisional ATO, or you have an agency authorization. With the Joint Advisory Board issuing a provisional ATO, it doesn't specifically authorize you to work with any specific agencies. The idea is the Joint Advisory Board, which is made up of CISOs from various agencies within the federal government, that sort of thing, has evaluated your authorization package, has said, this looks good, and we're attesting to potential agency buyers that we think this is reasonable to use. There is also a program called FedRAMP Ready, which there are a couple of different contexts you can use that in. Get into that in just a second. That is not showing that you are fully compliant, but that an outside party has evaluated things and is confident that you could make it through the FedRAMP process. Rather than reinventing the wheel, I took this in the next slide from the FedRAMP PMO website. This is stepping through what the workflow is like for the JAB authorization process. So the JAB only selects a small number of CSPs to go through the process each year. So you have to basically make a business case to the JAB. Here's why we should do this rather than an agency authorization. That is typically based on whatever our offering is likely to be utilized by a wide range of agencies within the federal government. You're then under a JAB authorization process, you're required to get a readiness assessment, which is the FedRAMP Ready piece that I mentioned earlier on. Once that's done, you're listed on the FedRAMP marketplace as ready, which can be used to talk to agencies about, we're moving along in the process. Following that, you will have a full security assessment. Security assessments are done by one of a group of licensed outside parties referred to as 3PAOs, third-party assessment organizations, and you will then put together your security authorization package, which is that 1,000 pages for a moderate authorization I mentioned before. And then you'll go through the authorization process with the JAB, which is them evaluating your authorization package, looking at, communicating with you about any remediation you need to do, that sort of thing. And then you'll be listed as having a provisional ATO on the FedRAMP marketplace. And then you move on to continuous monitoring, which, put a pin in that, we'll come back to that in a little bit. So for agency authorization, there's a lot of similarity here. One thing to call out is FedRAMP Ready is not required for an agency authorization. It is strongly encouraged. Back in my day when I started FedRAMP, there was no FedRAMP Ready. Having gone through the authorization process multiple times, I would strongly encourage doing FedRAMP Ready, because not only is it going to demonstrate, as I said before, that there's some confidence you can make it through the process, but it also gives you a good indicator of where things stand for you and the sort of things you might need to implement, those sorts of things. So then, again, you'll go through a full security assessment. The security assessment for a JAB authorization and an agency authorization is identical. No difference there. And then, much like the JAB evaluating your authorization package, the initial sponsoring agency will do the same thing and then issue you a ATO. And then you'll move on to continuous monitoring. So looking at FedRAMP Low, there are roughly 125 controls in FedRAMP Low currently. I'm going to provide two examples here. So requirement that you provide incident response training to users in your organization. You get to pick how frequently you provide training, and you also get to pick how soon after they start in an appropriate role you have to provide training. I called out IR3, which is incident response testing, To mention that for FedRAMP Low, there's no requirement for incident response testing. This will come up later slides. So as Wendy mentioned earlier, in a SOC 2, you're going to need to handle vulnerability management. You're still going to have to handle that, but it's more stringent, more rigorous in terms of the sort of things you need to do about vulnerability management. Again, same thing with monitoring and alerting, more rigorous requirements, and your access control requirements are kind of a step up from what the specific requirements are for SOC 2. Moving on to FedRAMP Moderate, we have we more than doubled the number of controls, and IR3 is now in place and requiring you to do incident response testing. Again, you get to define the frequency as long as it's at least annually, and you get to determine what sort of testing you want to do. One note here, as we've indicated, is if it's a JAB authorization, the JAB has to approve whatever your test plans are for that process. And we're starting to then, with Moderate, get into a good deal of requirement for automation of processes. Moving on to FedRAMP High, we've jumped up to around 425 controls. Again, more rigorous. There's a lot more requirements for functional testing rather than tabletop testing. As we see in IR3 now, the change has been you have to do testing at least every 6 months, and once a year, at least once a year, you have to do functional testing. And again, if you're doing a JAB authorization, the JAB has to approve any test plans you're using. And I'm going to turn it over to Wendy.
All right, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how you go from a SOC 2 to FedRAMP. I'm going to warn you, it's a lot of work, especially if you've only done a SOC 2 Type 1. This is a huge amount of maturity uplift. SOC 2 is not the most prescriptive control framework out there. A good auditor will make sure that you're following good cloud security practices, but you can always justify to them, and depending on who the auditor is, they'll give you more or less leeway with your control set. That's something that I talk a lot to organizations about, and when I interview auditors, I will sometimes say, I'm coming in with my own control set, and I am not an auditor, so I can't attest that these fully implement the cloud service or the CSPs, but I'd like to use my control set, versus sometimes auditors will come in and be like, this is what we need to see you doing before we are going to give you a SOC 2 certification. So that varies a lot. The idea with FedRAMP, the 3 PIOs, is much more standardized. Everybody knows what the controls are. You're not playing games with controls. FedRAMP is government only, versus the SOC 2 really is an enterprise sales tool. You're doing that because you want to bypass vendor security questionnaires, or you have sales contract requirements and so forth, that you have a SOC 2 or a ISO 27000 certification. SOC 2 really looks at how your organization functions. Are you briefing your board of directors? Do the managers communicate goals down to your employees? FedRAMP doesn't completely ignore management, but it doesn't really care in the same way that SOC 2 does. So a lot of those pieces of evidence that you collect for your SOC 2, like I have to pull slide decks from quarterly briefing of our CTO down to our developers to show like what our goals are for the next quarter. I would never use those for a FedRAMP thing. Maybe for risk management a little bit, but it's not in the same way. Really, FedRAMP is very prescriptive on the technical side. For a SOC 2, I can decide if I'm going to do access control reviews only annually. I will tell you, when I get a SOC 2 report and it says that the reviews were only done annually, I got a heck of a raised eyebrow. And when they say they had no security incidents over the last year, I'm going to do even more of a raised eyebrow at what their monitoring and alerting is, because SOC 2 says you need some, but it doesn't tell you what. FedRAMP is going to be very, very strict about what happens there, and you need to show much more rigorous sort of stuff there than you can do for a SOC 2. So it's going to be a big maturity uplift.
So, about that government-only thing. So FedRAMP is designed to be used by federal agencies, and is officially, from the federal government point of view, limited to that. Once you have your authorization and you're looking to work with a new agency, they will request a copy of your authorization package from OMB Max. Only existing agencies and their contractors can request that. So if it's random private company you're trying to do business with, they can't request that. We will. Okay, cool. All that said, you as a cloud service provider control that authorization package, and you have your own copy of it. So if you're looking to sell the same sort of service to a private company, you're free to provide them a copy of your authorization package if you want, if it will facilitate the sales process. The one caveat there is going back to the issue of what data is being stored where. If you're in a situation where you're doing that, you're really going to want separate enclaves for data between your federal clients and your private industry clients. Going down a very small rabbit hole here, there is something called StateRAMP, which is intended for cloud service providers looking to provide services to state and municipal governments. It is based very heavily off of FedRAMP. It's run by a nonprofit organization rather than any of the individual state governments, that sort of thing. StateRAMP is very new. Not every state uses it. Certainly not every municipality is going to use it. So we mentioned continuous monitoring as being one of the big pieces with FedRAMP, and this is also one of the things that in my experience has tripped people up the most in terms of maintaining authorizations. So pre-2010, before they started developing FedRAMP, you would receive an authorization to operate, not through the FedRAMP program, but from the individual agency. And 3 years later, you would get assessed again, and you would get accredited. Technically speaking, nothing had to happen in those 3 years. With the release of FedRAMP, they introduced the concept of continuous monitoring. So you receive an authorization to operate, and then there are a large number of controls that are related to how are you maintaining the system. Those need to be done on an ongoing basis. You need to provide updates to that on a monthly basis, depending on what the information is. And you also get periodic assessments. So the first 2 years after your initial authorization, you get assessed against a sample of the applicable FedRAMP controls. And then in the third year, you basically get an authorization assessment from scratch. So what do you need to do with that? The FedRAMP PMO requires within your authorization package what's called a continuous monitoring plan. That provides details on exactly how you're going to meet all of the requirements of continuous monitoring and how you're going to maintain that over the course of your authorization. Kind of high-level pieces you'll need to deal with there: vulnerability management, threat monitoring, and change control. You'll be reporting that, as I mentioned earlier, on a monthly basis. The other piece in there is what's called the POAM, or Plan of Actions and Milestones. And that's really listing all of the items where you're not compliant, where things need to be remediated, what the risk is, how you're going to remediate that, any compensating controls you have in place until you can get it remediated. And all of that will be reviewed on an ongoing basis by different parties depending on which sort of authorization you have. So, Wendy?
So our advice really is to start with FedRAMP low. Low is a lot fewer controls. I totally understand low, medium, high is basically driven by what data you have in your system from the agency, but if you have it all flexibility, you want to start with low. And you should have a pretty mature SOC 2 program. You need to already be automating your evidence collection. You need to be on the higher stringent end of what's happening with your controls. Like if you're still only doing annual access control reviews, you are not ready for FedRAMP, even FedRAMP Low. You need to have a pretty mature incident response program, have really dialed in your monitoring, your security monitoring program, and so forth. And you should know what sort of risks your business faces and be tracking them and be doing more for vulnerability management than just like, oh, I just have Dependabot auto merging in stuff. You're going to be very behind in the paperwork. And you need to have pretty good pen tests happening, so not just, oh, we hired a Joe hacker off the street to poke at our web app for 48 hours. Because when the 3PAO comes in, they have some requirements for how they're going to do the pen tests and how they're going to be looking for this. And to give a little bit of a look ahead, SOC 2 evidence collection varies a lot by the auditor, but it's usually do you have screenshots where you're showing dates and so forth to show that things happen. It's going to be a big change when you get in the room with a FedRAMP auditor. 3PAOs have a whole system that they are required to follow by the PMO.
So, where does this leave us? Yes, we were just talking about differences, but we'll talk about similarities somewhat. So, at a high level, both SOC 2 and FedRAMP cover many of the same high-level areas. They both require you set up an organized information security program, and they both involve some third party assessing that program, with differences, obviously, between a SOC 2 auditor and a 3PAO, as Wendy just described. Other similarities? I really hope you like Microsoft Excel, because you're going to be living in it a lot. Still, definitely some differences. As we've talked about earlier, at a high level, they're definitely meant for very different audiences. FedRAMP is much more prescriptive than SOC 2 is. We talked about kind of differences between the approach of a 3PAO and a CPA auditor. And as Wendy described earlier, your evidence collection strategies are going to have to be very different between the two. What?
So what happens a lot with a SOC 2 for evidence, especially in pandemic times, is I get a tool from the auditor and they have all my controls and they have an evidence ask and I go collect screenshots and upload them. They're images. I sometimes do screen share. They sometimes capture them, but mostly you're taking your own screenshots. I would love to see someone try that with a 3PAO. They'd be like, yeah, lol, no. I haven't done a FedRAMP 3PAO audit since before the pandemic, so I'm not sure how, I assume it's a little bit more virtual now, but they would want to sit in the room, demonstrate the process to me. Can you take that screenshot? I'm taking that screenshot. Let's get that log. They do not trust you to just upload your own screenshots to it. There's much more integrity sort of controls that happen during the audit.
Yeah, just kind of one little side note on that. The first FedRAMP assessment I went through as a cloud service provider, there was at least a week-long period where literally 8 hours a day, every day, sitting in a conference room with the auditor, preparing live screenshots, basically. What are some of the strategies for achieving FedRAMP authorization? Prepare early, as we talked about now. Given things like the paperwork burden we talked about and having to schedule with a 3PAO, that sort of thing, what you don't want to do is be in a situation where you have an agency that says, we'd like to work with you, but we need you to start in a month. It's not going to happen. Generally, FedRAMP moderate is, if everything falls into place right, about a year-long process, start to finish. You want to identify resources that you have, resources that you need. This ties into kind of what I talked about before in terms of, do you want this to be self-run, or do you want to bring in outside services to help you prepare and get through the process? And if you're an organization that doesn't have a lot of available resources to cover that, you may want to explore that avenue. And looking at what sort of mapping and crosswalk you can do of controls for controls from SOC 2 versus controls from FedRAMP. There's a good deal of freely available information out there about that. I believe the AICPA specifically has a SOC 2 to NIST 853 crosswalk that you can get for free. And then there may be some areas, but you're somewhat limited in this in terms of if there's any evidence you can reuse. Some of it you can. There's a good deal of policy controls in FedRAMP. You're obviously, the 3PAO is not going to ask you to write the policy on the spot, so you can use the same policy in most cases if it's written properly that you've been using for SOC 2. And with that, we are at questions.
So what is the strategy for, what would be the strategy if you don't have a customer that's willing to wait a year, or you have a federal contractor who also is in a month-long or a 6-month-long procurement cycle? How can you even go about getting started with FedRAMP?
So there are really kind of two answers to that question, depending on exactly where things. Oh, sorry. The question was if you don't have an agency identified, or you have an agency and they're like, well, we need it in 6 months or something like that. What I'd advise in that case is going back and looking at FedRAMP Ready. You've still got a good deal of work to do after FedRAMP Ready, but if you're in a position now with the former, where it's you don't have an agency identified, going through the FedRAMP Ready process will give you a good watermark of how much further you need to go, and you'll also be listed on the FedRAMP Marketplace as FedRAMP Ready, which can be used to communicate to agencies to say, we're not all the way there yet, but the 3PAO is confident we could make it all the way to, whatever sort of authorization it is.
Thanks for doing the presentation. What's the longest FedRAMP authorization you've been involved with, and what could have been done to smooth out the process?
I'm guessing you may have a longer.
I might have a longer one. I came in the middle, so I worked on some that were extremely extensive, bringing in. So basically, there was most of the applications on the SAS were already authorized, and we were uplifting to high and bringing in some new ones. Well over 2 years, I want to say. I think. I feel like I need to give Shay like a shot of whiskey or bourbon before I really ask him. He has better war stories than I do on some of these.
But as I guess, Wendy actually wins on the longest one. I think the longest one that I've been involved with was about 18 months. It was a FedRAMP high authorization, but it was a relatively simple authorization in terms of kind of number of moving pieces, that sort of thing. And they were also, the other thing we didn't really talk about is if you are hosting whatever service you're looking to provide on a cloud provider that already has FedRAMP authorization at the right level, you can actually leverage a large number of their implementations of the controls, which will then drastically reduce, depending on how many it is, the applicable control set and make it a lot easier. And in the case of the FedRAMP high authorization that I worked on, that was about 18 months. That's one of the reasons we were able to achieve it in that sort of time frame.
Hi, thank you for the talk. Nice to see you both. Can you characterize the difference in Kanban between moderate and high? What are the big uplifts to the Kanban process when you get to high?
I will be completely transparent and say not off the top of my head. There is a great deal of commonality there, and really the biggest differences are going to be less that you need a different Kanban program, and more that there may be more controls applicable. But like exactly what the delta is, I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, one thing that does sort of touch on that, and Shay, I don't know these numbers off the top of my head, when you get authorized, you're allowed to have a certain number of like essentially open POEM issues, so like, you know, maybe a patch is not applied, or a common one that I tell people to take is there's a requirement to lock out accounts when the wrong password has been put in 10 times, and it's like, people will just go fuzz the sysadmin accounts, lock out the sysadmins, and then go do their nonsense. And so I'm like, you do not ever want to, you know, really be following that control in that way. And so there's only a certain number that you can do, and the number that you can have open at authorization affects the number you can keep open later. So you're sort of locked to a certain percentage of where you were at authorization. So like, I think I'm going to make these numbers up because I don't remember the specifics. If you got authorized with 5, you can never have more than 7 open, and so Kanban is going to be doing that. You're going to have to patch things to keep your number of open issues below that 7 number and so forth. And what that number is gets smaller as you go from low to medium to high, so that feeds into it. The specific numbers I do not remember. I would have to look on the PMO website for it.
And I also don't know the numbers, but one thing I wanted to add was, in terms of the POAM specifically, you know, as I mentioned early on, one of the goals with FedRAMP is for this to really be reusable authorizations, essentially. That said, as I talked about earlier, agencies are free to have different risk appetites, different interpretations of what they want. So one agency may say, you know, these POAM items are okay with the compensating controls you have in, and another agency may say, no, you know, if we're going to give you an authorization, you have to fix these things before the authorization.
So my company doesn't do any business with agencies, but it does do a lot of business with, or tries to do business with contractors that do business with agencies. And they ask us a lot, oh, are we FedRAMP compliant? From this process, if we're not doing business with an agency, there's no way we can be FedRAMP. Like, no one would give us that certification. What should we do, and what are these like contractors actually asking for, and what do they need from us?
Yeah. So, and you're not in those instances, you're not hosting any government data or anything like that. Correct? Sorry, what? So, depends is the short answer, but you may well actually need a FedRAMP authorization. You know, kind of abstracting this out a little bit, because Wendy talked about using SOC 2 kind of in the sales process and, you know, for identifying a baseline. You know, one of the other things you could look at doing, if it's determined that you don't actually need a FedRAMP authorization, but you're getting these requests from customers, is to look at doing the state ramp authorization. While you're not necessarily looking to sell to state governments or that sort of thing, really anyone can go through that process. It's hard to tell. You know, the question was, you know, could you go to the FedRAMP PMO or the JAB and say, you know, we have this request, can we go through the FedRAMP process? It's hard to tell. The other thing I will say is, this is kind of an end run, but you could go through the FedRAMP ready process. Now, you're limited in how long you can maintain FedRAMP ready, but you could, it obviously doesn't give you the same degree of assessment, but you might, because anyone can go through that with no sponsorship, you might be able to do that to provide some sort of demonstration to those clients that you at least know what's going on with FedRAMP.
So I'm going to throw out a really stupid idea. SOC 2 does give you a huge amount of flexibility with controls. And I know some people who got tired of doing high trust and did a SOC 2 with very high trusty type controls. You can basically do a SOC 2 with 853 controls. It would be dumb. It would be a lot of overkill. You're not getting the same level of auditing. I mean, I'm sure there's auditors who'd be happy to say, like, sure, we'll be super stringent. But that would be a dumb sales thing you could try to do.
Thanks a lot. We'll both be around for the rest of BSides. If if you think of anything later, please feel free to come find us. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Happy to talk. See what we can possibly do. Car too. Yeah. Do you know how stakes fit into the FedRAMP? Yes. So Wendy's husband was in the military and introduced me to the concept like 2 nights ago of backup slides. Those are slides that if you're running short or other questions come up, you put after the question slide and you put them in continuity. We actually had one on that. So there is not for 75 FedRAMP Plus. There is not a requirement for use of STIGs or application of SRGs, but it can make the process a lot easier. So it helps in achieving yes, it can, but it's not. There's no requirement for use of STIGs. Yeah, and some.
people. Welcome. Good. We're good. All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. As you can see, you're here to listen to the amazing talk, How to Win Over Executives and Hack the Board with Alyssa Miller. A couple quick housekeeping things before we begin. Number one, all our sponsors are important, but we definitely want to take a moment to thank our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo, and also some of our gold sponsors, Google, Intel, Blue Cat. Sponsors kind of help keep us running just as much as you, the attendees, do. Number one, please silence your cell phones. We all have cell phones and we don't want to hear yours for the next hour, so check right now. Just make sure they're on vibrate or quiet. Reiterate, no photography or video unless all of the people in the picture or the video consent. All of the talks are being streamed. They're all going to be recorded. You don't have to, you don't have to hold stuff up. That's about it. At the end, Alyssa will be taking some questions. Anybody who wants to ask a question, just come up to the mic, ask a reasonable question, and then sit down and Alyssa will give a reasonable answer. With that, I'll get out of your way and let's enjoy the talk.
Wow. Well, hello, BSides. Here we are again. It's been 3 years, I think, since I've been here, so this is, in person, right? Because it's been like 3 years since any of us have been here in person for this event. I once gave a talk in an airplane hangar. I think it was quieter there. I'm glad because it's keeping us safe. We've got the air purifiers. This is wonderful, but wow. So I'm excited to be here. Really excited to see all your faces. And you know what? Let's just dive right into this thing. So we're talking about talking to the board, which I know for a lot of people, maybe we don't get that opportunity. So even if you're not speaking to boards, I'm going to try to make this applicable because these concepts apply anytime you're talking cybersecurity to someone who maybe isn't all there on the cybersecurity side of things, which makes up the vast majority of people that we're trying to talk to in most of our jobs. So I figure that kind of fits. So yeah, a little bit about me first of all. That's me. Did you figure that out? I don't know. First and foremost, I'm a hacker and a researcher. I'm a lifelong hacker. If you look at my bio, it says it every time. I was that kid who took my toys apart. At 12 years old, I went out, got a paper route, saved up a bunch of money, went to Best Buy, and I bought a computer. And a couple months later, I hacked into this thing that some of you might remember called Prodigy. Okay, I saw a few heads nodding. I'm not that old yet. Good. Been through a long career, but at this point now, I am the Chief Information Security Officer for a company called Epic Global. That is not the healthcare company. That is not the gaming company. We actually do legal services and some cybersecurity work too. Author and a blogger. I just finally, over COVID, finished my first book, Cybersecurity Career Guide. Thank God that's done. That is a hell of a process. I don't want to do another one anytime soon. Let me just put it that way. And the reason I'm here talking on this particular topic, I've been in leadership for 16 years. Cybersecurity leadership, I go way back to when I was leading a penetration testing and vulnerability management program for a financial services company. I went through years in consulting work and working for a reseller and for a product company. But, in that time, I had the opportunity to speak to a lot of boards. And in fact, my previous role before I joined Epic Global, I had responsibility for reporting into 8 separate boards. Now, that sounds ridiculous, but when you understand that regulators, when you're in a highly regulated industry, they like to appoint their own advisory boards, and so you end up talking to them a lot too. So think about what that does. Now, before I got into that role, I'd been a consultant, so I was used to going into the boardroom and having those conversations, going to ELT meetings, executive leadership team meetings, and talking to executive leaders and explaining to them, what was going on in their organizations and things that they needed to be aware of. And so, but it was when I got to this particular role, I used to work at S&P Global. And, I walked into my first board meeting, and it was still a little daunting because that was the first time I was reporting to the board for my own company. And I got in there and, I spent some time in the lead up really thinking about how I was going to present. I got in there, I presented, and I know this is maybe it's a little humble brag. I don't mean it that way, but we get to the end of it, and the thing I remember most about it, and what really inspired me to have this conversation and to do this talk for you all today, was one of the board members who stopped me and he said, I think I can speak for everybody here when I say cybersecurity is the thing that keeps us up most at night. And for the first time, I actually feel comfortable that we've got somebody in place who's got this in hand. Then he went on to say, I've been on the board for 7 years, and that's the best presentation I've seen on this topic. Now, that's not me bragging on me. Yeah, it's great and wonderful, and I'm really excited because my boss was there to hear it, and so that went over really well. But no, the reason I tell you that is because, as I said, that was the inspiration, because I got to thinking, wait, you've been hearing from our CISO for years. Why now that a BISO, Business Information Security Officer, is in front of you, is this the best presentation you've ever heard? And I started really paying attention to what I was hearing from peers in the industry. And I started to become aware that, you know what? We've been fighting for a long time to get to the board, right? I can remember back in those 16 years, we've been talking about, there's been media articles, everything else about how the CISOs just don't get time in front of the board and how CISOs need to be there. We need to have more of that opportunity. And that goes for all of cybersecurity. And you know what? We're getting progress. I don't know how many of you saw this from the SEC, but the SEC is actually putting out guidance now that says cybersecurity needs to be a part of the boardroom discussion, that we need to have cybersecurity experts in the boardroom. But what I worry when I hear comments like that from board members, by the way, board members who had to ask me what a CISO was, okay? When I hear that, those presentations haven't been going so well and they haven't been getting that comfort level, it tells me we're not ready for this as cybersecurity folks in general, or at least that we have room to improve. So that's what really inspired this. And so as I said, I kind of took that to heart. It's important to me to analyze things like that. That's just kind of how I am. I overthink things. Anybody else in here one of those people who just kind of overthinks things? Probably most of the room, right? And, so I got to thinking, and I started really listening to what people were saying in the industry, and I realized there's a lot of really misguided things that I'm going to call myths. Now, I don't say that to be derogatory, but they're things that we've tried over the years. Things that a lot of times, many of these sayings and things have become cliche. And we've kind of accepted them as truths, but I don't think they're really true. And so I'm going to start there. And I want to really dig into some of these because I'm sure some of you have heard these. Some of you may subscribe to them. I've said them myself. So I'm not proclaiming innocence here. I'm proclaiming that I've given this a lot of thought and I think there's a better way. So let's dive into these because I think it has to start with understanding what I believe we're doing wrong today when we get in front of the board. So, anyone heard this? Never let a good crisis go to waste? What does that mean to you? To me, when I talk to people, it seems to mean that hey, we just had a breach or something, so the pocketbooks are open and I can spend all the money. And we approach it that way, right? I mean, I've read articles on this. We saw this with past high-profile breaches in the industry where, hey, we had a big breach. We went out and spent a couple $1 million over the course of a year, 18 months, and then we just kind of forgot about cybersecurity. And shit, we got breached again. Shocking. But it's because we approach it like this. Now imagine you're in a breach. And imagine you go in there with this line from Mr. Mueller. Now, how many of you, and don't be shy because I will raise my hand too, have uttered these words or something similar before? It's not if, but when. Imagine going into your board and you say, or your executive leaders, and you say, you know what? It's not if we get breached, but when. Now spend $2 million on that IAM solution so I can make sure we don't get breached. How effective is that? Now we wonder why they don't want to give us money. And that's the kind of thing that happens. We go in there and we've had a breach and we talk about, well, we need this and we need this and we need this. And it sets the stage that, well, we weren't doing these things right. And so once we fix them, then we'll be secure. And that's the narrative that we build when we go in there and we take that idea of don't let a good crisis go to waste, spend all the money now. Now, there are good ways to make use of a good crisis. I'm not going to lie, and we'll get to that. But going in there and just thinking that the crisis is your excuse to get funding and that's how you want to drive it, there might be better ways. Because as I'll share later, I've watched a CISO get fired for mishandling this. So our second myth, security is a risk management function. We've heard this one before, some of you. I see a few nodding heads. Really? Do we want to minimize what we do down to risk management? Is that all we do? I mean, risk management's responsible for a lot of things. If I look at this, risk management, what plays into business risk? There's a whole lot of different things here. If I think about the brick wall that is risk management, all those various bricks, cybersecurity is one little brick in that wall. I really hope we're delivering more than just risk management because that really kind of minimizes the value that we bring to an organization. And so when I'm in front of senior executive board level leaders and I say, you know what? Well, I manage risk. I've already got a risk management team that does that. You're just one little area of that. So clearly, cybersecurity is just a small component. If I've only got 10 people on my risk management team, why do you need 50 for cybersecurity? See how that logic works? That's what you're putting in it. Remember, these are people who don't do cybersecurity every day as their day job. To us, we understand why do I need 50 people when there's only 10 in risk management. But to them, when I say my job is risk management, I'm a risk management function, that's what I'm telling them. I'm just a small piece. But there's the whole other side. I hate Venn diagrams, by the way, but they tend to be useful sometimes. There's all the other stuff that we do that isn't risk management. And we'll talk more about that a little bit later, too. An offshoot. This one has come up more recently. So I hear a lot of CISOs, and I love that they talk about this, saying security's job is to enable the business. I love that. Unfortunately, when I ask them what that means, and you prod at that a little bit more, some of the answers that I'm hearing are a little less than inspiring. Because, you know, I mean, how does reducing risk enable the business? Think about this for a minute. Being in business, the actual inherent existence of being in business carries with it risk, right? If I'm going to start a business, big or small, whatever level I'm at, there is inherently risk just to being in business. There's all those different areas of risk, which means that by virtue of being in business, I have now accepted that risk as tolerable enough to stay in business. So if all that security does for me is reduce that risk that I've already said is acceptable, well, that's not very exciting. That kind of makes me question, why am I spending millions of dollars on a security program every year? The other problem here is, does anybody know the 4 ways you can manage risk? There's 4 techniques for managing risk. Do you know what they are? I know it's going to be hard to hear you. I think I heard them, and they're similar to what I've got. But yeah, you can avoid the risk, you can reduce the risk, you can accept the risk, or you can transfer it, right? Now, as security practitioners, those bottom 2 really get us fired up. No, don't risk accept everything. Okay, but don't transfer the risk. We hate cybersecurity insurance. Don't do that. That's not secure. All right. Well, I could avoid it, which means I could just shut down those applications that are high risk. How many business leaders do you think are going to support that idea of, hey, let's turn off that revenue generating thing because that cost center in security says we should do that? That's not such a popular option. So you're kind of left with reduce the risk. That's our only option here? That's all we bring to the table is that one component? Come on. We got to do more. We want to be more than just risk. All right, my last one. I'm harping on risk because we use this a lot. Oh, I love this one the most. The language of business is risk. Walk into your boardroom sometime and see how much they talk about risk. Is the language of business really risk? What's the language of risk? I see it back here. Yo, it's money, people. I'm not in business because I want to manage risk. I didn't get in business because I want to talk about risk management all day. I want to talk about how all these different threats are putting me at risk and all the horrible things that I have to be aware of every night. I'm going to be, oh my gosh, these things are going to keep me up at night. God, that's so exciting. Yes, I'm going to go and start my business. No. We get in business to make money. The language of business is money and the avenues for how we make it. That means innovation. That means new markets. That means expanding and getting more efficient and cutting costs, all the things that are going to put more revenue at the top line and indirectly put more net income at the bottom line. That's what the board cares about. All right? Because at the end of the day, they're there for the shareholders. They're there to make sure that business is doing the right things, to make money and to protect that money and to keep making more. Like it or not, we live in a capitalist society. That's where we're at. That's what we do. That's what business is all about. All right, let's move away from risk because I've beat up. There's probably some like risk management folks in here right now. Like, God, she just keeps harping on risk. Okay, we get it. Yeah, but there is more. The board needs metrics. Now, this isn't really a myth because it's not necessarily false. This is one of those where our application of the concept's a little off. How many of you have seen board presentations with dashboards like this? Ooh, look at all the pretty vulnerability colors. And wow, we patched all those different things. That's a pretty donut chart. Donut charts are horrible, by the way. Any of my accessibility experts in here, talk to them. They'll tell you why donut charts suck. Don't use donut charts. Ooh, hey, look at all that stuff we blocked with our DDoS filters. Yeah, that's exciting. You know when you find out how useless these metrics are? When the board member or your CEO or your CFO looks at you and says, yeah, but what does that mean? Yeah, no kidding. These are great metrics. We, in the security world, know what they mean, and they're great. To anyone outside of security, this is completely without context. It is completely meaningless. It does nothing to demonstrate that we're doing the right things or that we're, protecting the business. I mean, they look great, All right. Yeah, we did all that stuff. Is that good or bad? What do our competitors see? Well, I don't know. Yeah. Well, now your board is wondering, how competent are you really? You gave us some pretty pictures. We like those pretty pictures, but we got to do more. So metrics are great, and we'll come back to metrics too, because metrics can be a good thing. They are a necessary thing, but they need to be used in the right way. This one is a little more rare in the wording. Okay, I don't know that I actually hear people say this too often, but this is the approach, right? So the board needs to understand your projects. Hey, here's all the cool things I'm doing. I'm doing this, I'm installing this, I've got all these different vendors, we're using this and we're using this, and so we just bought this new EDR platform, but then we're going to move to XDR, and we bought this DDoS and package, and by the way, so we had to deploy microsegmentation, and so we implemented this tool, and now we're going to move to this next gen whatever whiz-bang military grade whatever crazy vendor product we're going to install next. And you know what your board members are doing? They're looking at their phones. Those are the kind of board meetings I've sat through. I've watched technology people go in there and talk for a half hour about all the cool technologies, and the board members aren't even paying attention anymore. They're gone. They're out. They're done. They've seen it. They're not interested because none of that means anything to them. When you go in there and you say, hey, we're deploying CrowdStrike on all of our workstations. Yeah, so what does that mean? They don't know. They don't care. They don't need to know. So telling them the what, that I'm doing all of this stuff, I can throw a bunch of logos on the screen, this doesn't tell them anything. We in security, when we walk into these high-level meetings, we are there to give them the information that they need in order to make decisions. At the end of the day, when I'm going to the board, I want them to understand my view of our security posture so they can make the decisions I want them to make. So in the spirit of the talk, in the spirit of being out here at Hacker Summer Camp, you know, I'm a lifelong hacker. It's what I do. It's how I think about things. So it's time to start thinking like a hacker. There's got to be a better way. I want this system, the system being my executive and board leadership, to respond to me in the ways that I would like. Maybe not the ways that they're used to, maybe not the ways they're designed to. That's the reality. So, now if you read the abstract for this session today, I promised you some real world examples. Then I changed jobs, so I can't really give you, you'll notice it's a little more redacted than I would have liked, but you know, I can't leverage some of those things because I don't work there anymore, and there's like intellectual property constraints, you know, they get kind of sensitive about that. I can't figure out why. But we're going to go through this, and we're going to look at this from the hacker's perspective. So put your hacker mindset on for a minute. You don't have to be a pen tester, you don't have to be a hacker, but just imagine looking at this problem the way a pen tester or a hacker might look at this. I want to manipulate my board. I want to win them over. I want to make them my friends. I want to make them stand up and say, I get it. How many people do you need on your team? How many do you have now? Let's get you more. Because that is something else I've heard from a board, and that is gold. So let's dive into this. All right, first and foremost, if you are going to any board or executive level meeting, you need to assess the perimeter, just like you would if you were a hacker. What are you going to do? You're going to go out there, you're going to do some passive scanning, you're going to be really quiet and subtle about it. Your board is no different. Get out there, understand who it is that you're going to be talking to. And when I say understand, don't just, you know, okay, well, that's their name, that's their bio, that's on a website or something. Okay, that's great. You know, or hey, yeah, I know all my executives, I know who they are, or I know my senior leadership. Look at their background. Where do they come from? People don't end up in board leadership positions because they're, you know, cybersecurity experts or they're oblivious to running businesses. These are people who are running businesses elsewhere. They have a perspective on things, and that's something you can use to your advantage. Do they come from healthcare? If their day job is they're a CEO of a healthcare company and they serve on the board of your company that does something completely different, use that to your advantage. They understand the concepts of privacy because they're probably inundated with HIPAA talk all the time. So use that. Maybe you're not even in a regulated industry at all, but you can use that context to talk to them and help them understand it. Do they come from financial services? Same thing. They understand PCI regulations. They understand things like the SEC, the OCC, EIEIO. We can go through them all, right? All the regulators out there. You can leverage that information. Have they worked in pharma? Maybe they understand the complexities of being, you know, going through compliance. All of these different things, understand where they come from. Because when you go into there and you understand the audience you're talking to, those are things that you're going to leverage. But you have to understand it so that you can. You can build that plan, but it's all about understanding where they came from, because that is what's going to tell you what are they thinking. Knowing and being able to predict what your board is thinking is crucially important. Because you want to plan your targets. All right, just like if I'm in a pen test, I go out there, first thing I do is I do that reconnaissance, right? I kind of assess the perimeter, I figure out where do I want to go first? What looks juicy? What looks interesting? What do I need to be prepared for? Where am I probably going to find some countermeasures that I'm going to need to evade? So I start to plan my targets accordingly. Well, it's the same thing when I go in front of the board. I want to know what is it that they want to know. They don't really want to know how many, denial of service attacks we blocked, or how many ransomware emails we caught in our email system, or how many people clicked on the phishing test. They ask those questions because that's what they hear. They hear it in the industry. They've probably seen it in their own companies. They've probably heard it from your predecessors or your peers. And so what are they really trying to assess? Well, they just want to know, are we secure? Are we safe from being breached? Now, that question in and of itself might be problematic to you. It should be. Because going back to that, it's not if, but when, yeah, that's actually true. Nobody wants to stand up there and say, yes, we are ultimately secure and we cannot be breached. I mean, I would love to be able to say that, but you couldn't pay me enough to get me to say that. But that's what they're asking. They want to understand. They're looking for that comfort to say, all right, we're doing the right things. They also want to understand, are we spending the right money in the right places? Again, their job is to make sure the business is profitable. Whether we're talking executives, whether we're talking board members, they are there to make sure the money looks good. So if they're spending money on cybersecurity, they want to know that it is delivering as promised, that they're spending money in the right places, that at the end of the day, they're not going to be spending more money to clean up a breach, to do all the PR work following a breach, to deal with the reputational impacts that, believe it or not, do actually impact the business. And then finally, they just want to know, ultimately, should I be worried? What's out there that I need to be worried about? What are the things, if I've got a competent CISO and I trust my CISO, what's keeping them up at night? What are they worried about? Oh, my Lord.
We have a tradition here where the speaker is allowed to make an outrageous request. And we do our best to honor it, although sometimes we honor it in evil genie fashion. We had a request for a crown and scepter suitable for the Duchess of Hackington. Would you say we have delivered?
I would say you have most definitely delivered.
Please take your scepter. And will you permit me to
Wow, even fits. Good job. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
I think we'll keep this for the rest of the presentation then. So for those of you, I don't know if you caught it at the beginning, when you send in a CFP submission to BSides, they ask you for any outrageous, crazy, requests, a la like a bowl full of brown M&Ms or whatever, right? No other colors. So see, there you go, Blue Monkey. Yeah, I threw this out, and I guess they delivered. So here we are, and now I've completely sidetracked, and I've completely lost my train of thought. I love it. All right, so we're talking about what the board really wants to know. Ultimately, they want that peace of mind. I shared that story with you intentionally because, that board member said, hey, you know what, cybersecurity is keeping us up at night. It's the thing that we're worried about, but you've given me comfort that I understand that somebody is watching out for us and they're doing the right things. And that's what your board wants to hear from you. That's what they want to hear from every leader that they talk to. When IT comes in there, they want to hear, are you doing the right things from a technology perspective to make sure that we're staying competitive? Are you doing the right things from a risk management perspective to deal with all that different business risk way beyond cybersecurity and make sure that we're doing the right things? When the business leaders come in, are you doing the right things to address market conditions? So when they hear from cybersecurity, they want to know at the end of the day that we've got it in hand, that we're competent, we know what we're doing, because that's their job. Their job is oversight over the business. So keep that focus. Remember that when you walk in there, you're not there to tell them about a bunch of stats that don't mean anything. You're there to make them comfortable. You're there to make them feel like you've got this in hand. You're also there to confidently explain to them where there are deficiencies that you need their help in getting addressed. Now, I mentioned that problematic idea of, are we secure enough? You'll also run into these questions when you walk into these conversations at those levels. So, when are we done spending on cybersecurity? Or when are we secure enough? Those are questions I've gotten. Those are questions I'm sure anybody who's been in a board presentation has heard. I'm sure many of you may have even heard those from, scary enough, your own cybersecurity leaders. My answer is really simple. Well, if technology stops evolving or we stop adopting new technology and new business lines, maybe we can kick back our feet a little bit and chill on cybersecurity. Not really true, but the fact of the matter is technology is never going to stop. We're not going to stop innovating because that would be the death of our company. So we need to flip that narrative. We need to manipulate the inputs we're providing to them. If they ask us for metrics and we go in and we hand them a dashboard like you saw up there earlier, we're just playing into that same narrative that allows them to think that at some point there's an end state to this. There's no end state. And if you're having a hard time messaging this to them, just point them to that business concept. Hey, you know what? We don't stop investing in new business. We don't stop exploring new markets that we can dive into. We don't stop changing our technology footprint to take advantage of new technologies and new features that will make us more profitable. So why would we do this? Why would we do that with cybersecurity? Cybersecurity is a part of your business too. It needs to keep evolving, keep growing, and keep getting stronger. And when you put that in that context for them, now it makes sense. Because that's something they can understand. They understand the evolution of business, how new markets are explored, and how that progresses. So use that to your advantage. That's where knowing your audience happens. Now, one of the things I remember from pen testing, my days when I did this, was how often pen testers would lose sight of the big picture. Even hackers. You'd get in there and you'd find something juicy and like that. This looks really, really cool. I'm going to dig into that. And you'd spend so much time on this one little thing that, you know, looked like you might have an exploit. And maybe you finally successfully exploited, only to find out, you know what? It didn't really get you anywhere. Because you lost sight of the bigger picture. You weren't looking at the whole application or the whole network, or you weren't understanding the greater context of what it was that you were attacking in the first place. You got so hyper-focused on the ones and zeros of what came back from your Nessus scan, or, you know, that error message you got when you dumped a tick mark into a login field and you got all excited because, ooh, SQL error. Yay, SQL injection. Yes, yes, yes. We do the same thing when we go in and we talk about cybersecurity, especially when we get in and buried in those metrics. We don't want to look at metrics on a one-off. It's great to say, yeah, you know what? We closed 4,000 critical vulnerabilities this month. Hooray! So what does that mean? Well, I don't know. We still have, 2,000 open. All right, so you're telling me you fixed 66% of them. What about the other 33%? And at the end of the day, it's meaningless. Why did we have 4,000 vulnerabilities? Why did we have 6,000 vulnerabilities that needed to be remediated in the first place? Where did they come from? Is that more or less than we had last month? Well, I don't know. Well, okay, I'll go look at that. I'll get you those numbers. All right, great. Did we do more releases? Did we do fewer releases? How fast are we introducing releases, and is that having a direct impact positively or negatively on our vulnerability counts? These are the kinds of questions they start to ask because they're natural questions, especially for somebody who is, used to the business numbers. So they're going to ask those questions when you start to put all those numbers in front of them without context. The fact of the matter is, when you're up there and you're telling them these things, you're not up there to tell them the what. So when we think about the projects, we think about our metrics, we're not there to say, this is what we're doing, this is what we did. It's not about the what, it's about the why. Why did we roll out CrowdStrike or Carbon Black or Vendor du Jour? Because I don't want to pretend like I'm endorsing somebody here. I'm really not. Why did we roll out that new MDR tool or EDR tool? Explain to them that reasoning. See the bigger picture and tell them why. Say, you know what? Hey, I'm looking at our overall cybersecurity posture right now, and we're in this really reactive state, which means we're doing a lot of really good things, but it's taking away from the business because, you know what? We're having to react. We're not being proactive. We're not ahead of the game. We've discovered vulnerabilities and then we close them. But we're not doing the right things to reduce the number of vulnerabilities, and you know what? That's having impact on the business. It means that our developers are spending more time fixing P1s out of their backlog than they're spending implementing new feature functionality. Now, maybe you don't have to get quite that deep, but they understand that idea of innovation is being slowed down because we're reactive. I want to bring our cybersecurity program up to this next level. I want to make us proactive because that's where we're sitting today at this reactive state. Now you're starting to show them where the business value is because, Alyssa's telling us she's going to make the business run better by improving our maturity in our cybersecurity program. That starts to speak to the language of business, the real language of business. All right, great. So I got in front of the board. I told them, hey, you know what? This is what I want to do. I want to get us from here to here. I'm going to drive all this business value. Great. But now what? I want to make sure they invite me back. Because you know what? That happens too. CISOs get in front of the board and they bore the crap out of the board and they never get asked back. Or when they do, the board is all set for them to be boring or doom and gloom. And these are, I'm literally quoting studies and articles you can find out there if you want to go digging. That's the way the board members often think of the CISO is, my God, they're always telling me how bad everything is. So I want to give them a reason to invite me back. So if I say, hey, you know what, this is our current maturity, this is where I want to get to, here's the elements that are going to get us there, and here's how we're going to get there. So rather than throwing a bunch of, here's my strategic program of 45 new initiatives that we're going to do in the next 3 years. Okay, how did you pick those? No, give them the roadmap. Well, hey, you know what? First, we're going to implement this new email security program. Then we're going to do some, I don't know, take your pick what, maybe security awareness training. And then on top of that, we're going to do some micro-segmentation. And that's going to move us from here to here in terms of our maturity for defending against phishing attacks that drive malware and ransomware. Malware, ransomware, they know those words. They hear those in the media. You just gave them 3 initiatives for them to invest in that tell them, hey, this is how that scary thing you're hearing about in the media with Colonial Pipeline getting breached or whoever else, this is how I'm fixing that for you. I have a plan. This is how I'm going to get there. They're comfortable because they feel like you have it in hand. They want you to keep coming back and telling them how's that going. And they want to invest in that because you're speaking to something that they're hearing every day. Roadmaps are a buzzword, okay? For many of those folks out there in the cybersecurity world who just want to focus on the tech, when we hear roadmaps, we cringe because it is a buzzword that gets used a lot, but they are actually important. This is the context where they are important. This is what a roadmap needs to be. To build off of this, I told you a story before that there was a CISO who got, in my opinion, now this is just my opinion, I think this CISO got fired, in part, not alone, because he failed to embrace this when he went in to make the most of a crisis. Company gets breached. CISO had a 3-year strategic program lined up. You know, he was doing all these different things, but they were all just, it was literally the laundry list of initiatives. And so when the company got breached, now they got breached, but they didn't have any real, like, material impact, as they would refer to it, because, well, you know, nothing ultimately ended up getting exposed. They caught it fairly early. You know, they had to do some things. It was a little bit impactful, but they stopped it. So what does he do? Well, never let a good crisis go to waste. He goes in front of the board and says, hey, here's all the things we found that we need to improve because of this crisis that we had. You know what the board asked him the first thing? How many of those items were in your strategic vision or in your strategic plan? Oh, none. Well, what did you just tell the board? You spent all that money, you invested all that stuff in me and the things I told you we needed to do, and none of it had any impact. Because what he didn't do is he didn't go in there and focus on the things that were positive. Well, how were you able to detect it? Oh yeah, because you know that MDR tool or that EDR tool we invested in? Hey, it actually alerted and we saw it quickly. You know that microsegmentation we invested in? We were able to shut off access across the network to limit the scope of where that ransomware got to. So when we talk about, you know, not letting a good crisis go to waste, use that crisis to reinforce how the things that you have done worked, how the controls that you did have in place helped. Even if ultimately you got breached and man, you know what? They shut us down for a week. At least talk about where are those bright spots? What went well? What elements do you have in place to build on? Where was there something positive? Because otherwise, at the end of the day, you just look incompetent. And I'm convinced with this CISO that that is part of what drove him out of this organization. Because you can't go in there and talk to the board like that after a high-level breach and basically tell them that nothing that you've done in the last 3 years in your millions of dollar program actually helped. And then finally, we need to prioritize. So going back to thinking about the hacker mindset one more time, when I'm looking at exploits, I'm prioritizing for impact. I need to do the same when I'm thinking about how I'm going to enable a business. Now, if I really actually want to enable the business, good is if I can show some cost savings. I'm putting in and implementing something that's going to save us cost. It's going to make it easier for us. We're going to be more efficient. Great. Better, though, is if I can show how my item, my new initiative is going to let us tackle a wish list item. All right, that's wonderful because now every IT organization, every technology organization in the world has those wish list items they can't get to. A great example of this I did in one organization, you know what? I keep talking about EDR. I don't know why, but that just keeps coming up. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm so focused on EDR today. That's really bad. But no, we put in an EDR solution, and one of the things we looked at to justify it was, hey, you know, IT, what's frustrating you the most, or where are you spending most of your time? Where do you see an inefficiency? And it was rebuilding machines that were getting infected with malware. Now, this was, 5 years ago. Well, hey, if we put this EDR solution in and we're able to block that malware, that should free up your help desk people so that they're not rebuilding computers all the time, and they can do other things. And indeed, they were actually able to do that. They were able to invest in a wish list item that they had for deploying virtual I think it was AWS virtual workstations, because now they had the time to dedicate to it because they weren't sitting there dealing with, having to rebuild these physical laptops all the time because we were blocking that. The best is if you can show them how your initiative enables a new market. Hey, you know what? We rolled out that IAM solution, so that means that product that we're selling, yeah, we could leverage that same IAM solution so we can federate authentication to your application to the customers so they can integrate with it with SSO. They're not dependent on us anymore. They can implement all of the things that they want to from their side. Their access reviews, everything else happen from their end. They're happy. Look, that's something new that makes your customers happy. That shows you understand the business and how your cybersecurity initiative can play into that. That is absolute solid gold when you go in front of anybody from the business side with a cybersecurity initiative. So, last 2 slides. Yeah, I'm counting slides, wow. So you get invited to go present to your ELT, your executive leadership team, or the board. What do you need to do? My suggestion, 3 slides. If you're making a presentation for the board, don't plan on presenting more than 3 slides. Now you can have more slides that go into an appendix that have a bunch of metrics and other things, but focus on 3 slides. 3 things you should be giving them. And I took it off the screen. Talk about what's happened. What's happened since the last time you met? Give them that update. They're all going to want that. Then tell them where we are. These are the risks I'm seeing right now. These are the 3 or 4 top risks that I'm focused on. Almost every board and every ELT, they're going to ask you this. They want to understand, what's the top risk right now? Russia's going bonkers in Ukraine. Does that matter to us? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Ransomware, I'm hearing all about that. Do we care about that? Yes, we do. Put that in front of them, and then finally, tell them what you're going to do about it. Tell them the why. Tell them the story of, hey, you know what, we saw this. Here's what I'm worried about right now. Here's what we're going to fix to make sure that that's less of a risk for us. Finally, when you go into a board meeting, some things to be aware of. First and foremost, watch your time. Get the most important stuff that you can out as quickly as possible, because you know what? Just like Kanye, they are going to interrupt you. They are absolutely going to interrupt you, and because these are people who are used to, they're moving at the speed of light, just like we all are, and they may seem rude, but it's the way that they behave. They will interrupt you in the middle of your session, so get the most important stuff in front of them. How do they interrupt you? Well, they are going to come with every question imaginable, and some of these questions are going to be wild. You're going to say, hey, you know what? Yeah, we've been working with CISA to understand all these emerging threats and what we should be doing and, you know, what attacks are being exploited. And then they'll say something like, well, are you working with the NSA and DARPA on that too? We're not a defense contractor. We're not international, so I'm not really sure that NSA and DARPA have much applicability here. But those are the kinds of questions they're going to ask because they hear their peers talking about it. Okay? So you want to be prepared to answer those questions that sometimes are just not going to make any sense at all. You can't know every question they're going to ask, but be prepared to handle that on the fly, because they will stop you and they will ask some really interesting questions. At the end of the day, you're up there to educate them. You're there to make sure that they understand the cybersecurity posture of your organization so they can make decisions. Just remember this quote from Einstein: genius is making complex ideas simple. Don't go the other direction. Don't make simple stuff complex. Enough of this is complex as it is. So the magic slide, I always invite you to continue the conversation. If you've got questions or you think I'm full of crap, tell me in a nice way. If you wouldn't mind, that'd be best, but I'm more likely to respond if you do. But please reach out to me on social media. And then finally, big thank you to BSides for the crown and the scepter and having me up here. I mean, this is great. Thank you to my organization for, letting me be up here and talk about working for them and, giving me some time to get away from all the craziness going on there. And thank you to all of you for being here. So the big question now is, do we have any questions? Come on up. have I ever seen a board fire a CEO because of a presentation from the CISO? Not directly. However, I have seen hard questions asked when a CISO went and made a really poor presentation, where the CEO is now getting asked, or sometimes, the CTO or the CRO, depending on who that CISO reports into, they'll get some pretty hard questions. If a CISO walks into a board meeting and really drops the ball, yeah, I've seen hard questions come from that. And I'm sure sometimes that, CEO role is just as tenuous as any other when you're in front of the board, so. Yeah. See, now we're getting ready for hot takes. Who do I think who should the CISO report to? So here comes the fence riding answer of it depends. I think it can work in a number of ways. Ideally, I would love to see the day where we get to CISOs reporting directly to the CEO or the CFO. Businesses aren't ready for that. It can work with the CISO reporting to the CIO. Ask me how I know. All right? It can. You can have CIOs or CTOs who are very into this and very much appreciate it and will give the space. But that has to be a working relationship that works. And generally that works best if it's a technology-driven company. If you're in an industry that's not technology-driven, that doesn't work so well. That's where you might want to look at something like maybe reporting into risk or reporting into, dare I say, audit. Not the greatest either. But because no matter where they report, honestly, other than to the CEO, there's always going to be that potential for conflict of interest. And so, yeah, there's not one magical answer I can say. I've seen it work and I've seen it fail in all particular configurations. So, take that for what it's worth. I wish I had a more definitive answer, but I don't. Last one. What would be my advice to handle the most unexpected question? This is a lesson to learn for all of life, right? Well, that's a really good question. Start there, because that gives you a few minutes to figure out how you're going to answer. I'll tell you the way not to answer is, that's a really good question. Are you freaking nuts? But what it does do is it gives you a second to say, or, that's a really interesting idea. You want to be complimentary, but sometimes you do just have to be direct and point out to them why it's not. That DARPA question, that's actually one I fielded. Okay, this board member asked me if I was working with DARPA. And I'm like, so my answer to her was, that's an interesting idea. In our space, we're really not, working with DOD or with the military, or, we're not even a federal contractor. So, we get more applicable information out of CISA than we would get out of DARPA, is kind of the way I approached it. And so, it's a way of saying, like, yeah, that's, there's legitimacy, because clearly she had heard that somewhere. She had a peer who said, we work with DARPA and get all this in. Yeah. No, we work with CISA because they're the ones that are focused on private sector and really trying to build that relationship. So, all right. Well, I think we are out of time. So thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. Oh, it's got a sucker in it. Oh, yeah. Of course. Yeah, let's do it. This is amazing. CTO? CTO. Nice. But we're only 30 people. IT is 2 people.
Yeah, no, you're fine. All right, hello, party people. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being at BSides. We hope you're having a good time. I am Kelly. I'm one of the staff here, but I'm not as important as David and Matt behind me, who are about to give a talk on encryption keys. It's a secret to everybody. I hope you all get that reference and aren't too young for it. Anyhow, we are recording this. There is an AV stream, so if you miss anything or if you want to see the slides later, we're recording it and there's a stream, so don't worry too much about it. We'd also like to thank our sponsors, all of our sponsors, but especially our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo today, and some of our gold sponsors, including Google, Intel, and Blue Cat. You know, we're all important, you're all important, but sponsors definitely help us out here. One more thing is, of course, we all have cell phones. We don't want to hear each other's cell phones for the next hour, so just take a moment, make sure they're on vibrate, silent, etc. And of course, we are recording. We'd prefer you not to be recording, and obviously at BSides, we don't allow recording or pictures unless everybody in those pictures or recordings gives consent. I've done my job, and now the guys are going to do theirs. Enjoy.
What's up?
How do you move this? Okay. All right, ready? Yeah. Hey, everyone. Thank you very much for taking the time to come out to our talk. We're really excited to be here at BSides, and we're even more excited to share our presentation with you today. If for some reason you can't hear in the back, please let me know. This is actually my first time using a microphone, so my posture might be a little off. So just give me a hand up or something if it's not good as we continue to go. The title of our talk is actually driven by a single question, which is, whose encryption key is this? We admit this is a terrifying question to be asking as a security professional, but today we're going to share a story with you about how log services and encryption configurations interact together with each other. By the end of this talk, we hope you have a better understanding of some of the nuances of how AWS log services and encryption configurations interact with each other. We'll also show you some tangible action items that you can take inside of your own environment, as well as remediation paths if you are facing any of these issues. Before we get started into the story, we wanted to quickly introduce ourselves. My name is David. I'm currently a security engineer at Benchling, focusing on detection and response. Prior to this, I was at Apple doing security for 3 years, and I've been heavily involved in the AWS security space for about the last 5. This is a shameless self-promotion, but I recently started a blog on cloud security. If that's your cup of tea, would love for you to check it out. It's called simply CloudSec. It's just on Medium. Yeah, if you have any feedback, we'd love to hear it.
Hi, my name is Matt. I am on a sibling team to David's on cloud security team at Benchling. Prior to that, I was at Workiva for, 9-ish years, I think, and I've been around AWS and security on AWS for around the past decade.
To give you an idea of what today's talk is going to look like, Matt and I are going to set the stage for the problem we were trying to solve before our adventure started. We're then going to walk you through exactly what our story was, what we found, what the problems were, how we fixed it. We're going to share some remediation paths for you as well, in case you run into these same issues inside of your environment. And at the very end, we'll share some kind of closing thoughts and have some time for Q&A.
So, first, I want you to put yourself in my position as a cloud security engineer at Benchling. You're doing whatever tenured cloud security engineers do. It's probably like reading Hacker News, finding who's wrong on the internet, and correcting them. And David comes along and sends you a message and says, can you sanity check me on this? And what you're hoping you get from David is something simple, like 1 + 3 = 4. That's still true, right? But what you actually get from David is, do you know if it's possible for objects to still be encrypted with a key that no longer exists? And now you're like, I'm not going to do what I said I was going to do at stand-up, and this is going to be a whole day. And you start to feel a little bit like our favorite guy here. World's starting to burn down. And we found ourselves in an interesting situation where we were unable to access network logs in an account that we needed to. But before we get into that, we need to give you a little bit of background on how some of these AWS services interact.
So we're going to do a real quick refresher on how logging works inside of AWS. So there's a lot of different places where you can get visibility inside of your operations in AWS. So you can get things like network traffic through VPC flow logs, S3 server access logs, control plane logs, audit logs, pretty much anything you need. This is really awesome. And one more benefit of this usability for customers is it's all managed by the vendor. It's all managed by AWS. You don't need to run your own logging services. You just kind of specify a configuration, which involves a destination where your logs should go, and then things just kind of magically work on the back end for you. So this is really, really nice, especially coming from a blue team side of things where you want to make sure you have the appropriate telemetry. A common workflow for shipping these logs away is to put them in an S3 for long-term storage. From there, you can ingest them into your SIM of choice or just kind of keep them around for compliance reasons. A very common workflow for these logs when you store them is to ensure that they're encrypted at rest. Some of these logs might be a little bit more sensitive, such as your network traffic logs. You may also have company requirements or compliance requirements to ensure that all of your data is securely stored at rest. So a very common workflow is to encrypt data when it lands in S3, especially for these logging services. There's a couple of different ways you can encrypt your data when it gets into S3. Of course, you can probably do it on the client side inside of your application, but this can be very time consuming and a little bit hard to manage. So the common workflows and patterns we've seen actually involve just leveraging Amazon services to do server-side encryption in S3. And there's 3 different configurations that we're going to look at today. The first is SSE S3. SSE stands for server-side encryption, and this is essentially kind of like your most basic setup. You have a key that is managed by AWS and managed by the AWS S3 service. You can't really do much in terms of controlling this key. It's just kind of a lot of magic on the back end, which is great if you want to get up and running and get started. The second mode of operation is KMS, which is Amazon's key management service. In this scenario, it's pretty similar to the first one, but you do get a couple of benefits. Notably, you can specify key rotation, so you can set up automatic key rotation, and you can also address your access policies. So for instance, if I create a custom KMS key, I can control who can access it, whether it's inside of my account, outside of my account, whatever I want to do with it, it's mine to do. The last one is SSE-C. That's kind of a mouthful. We're not going to go into the details on this one. In fact, for this talk, the only one we really need to focus on is the second configuration, which is SSE-KMS. Taking a closer look at this configuration, you can specify which key you would like to use when you're configuring your bucket. And there's really 2 paths forward here. The first one is using a special key that AWS provides for you inside of a customer's account. This is Amazon's AWS/S3 key. That's the alias that is used for the key and what it's literally called. The thing about this key is it's fully managed by AWS. So there is an access policy that allows anything inside of your account to access this key. You cannot modify this access policy. So that means you cannot really scope it to certain applications inside of your account. More importantly, for the purposes of this talk, you also can't share this key externally outside of your account. The second option is to specify a custom key inside of KMS. So as we just alluded to on the previous slide, this is where both your key and your access policy are controllable by the customer. We showed a screenshot there for exactly what it looks like if you were to try to configure this inside of the console. You can see there's literally a key called AWS Managed Key, or you can provide your own and specify your configuration. Putting it all together, we just wanted to show a visualization for what a reference architecture would look like.
I'm very sorry I have to interrupt. I've got a gift for David. I wanted, as a security practitioner, to be happy. Just once. There you go. You can be happy anytime you want.
Okay. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. I really appreciate you guys coming out and doing this stuff.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
What just happened?
And the show will go on. We have 2 different sides that we look at for these logging services. So with a shared responsibility model and leveraging cloud providers, there's the cloud provider side of things and the customer side of things. So with these logging services, which are run by third-party Amazon, they run in their own account and they have their own workflows. And on the customer side, on our right side, we simply have the S3 bucket containing the destination and the encryption key that we want to specify. So I've spent some time telling you about logs, and I can tell it bored someone because they literally came up and gave me a mask to tell me to stop talking about it. So let's get back to the actual story of what we're here to listen to today. So the problem that Matt and I were originally tasked with is the joy of any security professional, or in fact anyone who interacts with tech, which is an integration plan. So we ran into a situation where we were now the new custodians of a brand new AWS organization, which came with some child accounts. And our job was to integrate this new infrastructure into our existing infrastructure. Of course, nothing could ever go wrong in this situation, so Matt and I were really excited to get started. As with most companies and security organizations out there, you have a set of standards that you want your infrastructure to adhere to. So something that was really important to us was to ensure that this new infrastructure we were now responsible for was meeting the bar for what we consider to be a high security posture for us internally. We came up with a pretty straightforward integration plan. The first thing that we wanted to do was ensure we could immediately understand what was happening inside of that account. And for that, we wanted to start collecting security telemetry and shipping it to our threat detection pipeline. The second thing we wanted to do is just some gap analysis. Let's understand the new infrastructure that we're looking at and figure out the gaps for where we'd like that new infrastructure to be. And the last step would just be working and coming together with a plan to resolve any findings and close the gaps over time. As with any multi-step plan that you confidently present to your manager or to your teammates, we got stuck on step 1, which was finding and ingesting the logs. So the first log source that I went after was the network telemetry. Specifically, this was the VPC flow logs. And I acquired a role with all the appropriate permissions. I had S3 read access to the scoped bucket. I could do pretty much whatever I needed to in that account. There were really no restrictions. And so I poked around, I found where the data was being stored in S3, and I was like, all right, let's carve some network logs and figure out what's going on inside. What happened at that point was the least favorite error message for me of all time, which is an access denied. And I was pretty confused, but access denieds are fairly common inside of AWS. Usually you're missing a permission. There's something you're not seeing, it's totally fine. But I double and I triple checked, and I couldn't really figure out what was going wrong. I had the permissions, there were no explicit denies on the bucket resource policy. I should be able to read the data that's inside of this bucket. So I started kind of poking around, because what else was suspicious is that I had access to list all of the objects and view all of their metadata. I just couldn't fetch the actual objects myself. So I noticed that the objects were all encrypted, which when I initially saw this, I thought was fantastic. Hey, we are inheriting this new infrastructure. Clearly, there's some pretty good access policies that are in place. There's some good security practices that are being followed. This is awesome. Again, it was a new account for me, so I wasn't really familiar with the AWS account IDs at that point. So when I tried clicking on that key, I got another error message, and it's kind of when I knew I was going to have a bad day. So what was happening here is that if you click on that blue link that's hyperlinked in the second screenshot, it will take you to the KMS console and show you all the details for that relevant key. However, what was actually happening is that in the console, it was taking the UUID from the key in the blue hyperlink, appending that to the account that I was currently operating in, and then issuing a described key operation. But when this error popped up and I actually took some time to read the error message, I noticed that the account ID which was specified on the object in the blue hyperlink was different from the account ID that was specified in the red error message. And this is when I started to get a little bit concerned. Rather than confidently moving on to my second step, which I in writing put would be gap analysis, I pivoted pretty quickly and went over into mild panic. So the stage that I found myself at this time was objects are encrypted, and for some reason I cannot access the key to decrypt them. Also, the key ARN and the account ID inside of the ARN was for an account that I had no idea, where it was or who owned it. So I started thinking of worst case scenarios and what could be happening here. First, I started off pretty rationally and I said, hey, this is an integration. There is some leftover infrastructure somebody forgot to mention. There's a really good reason for this. We just have to do some more digging and find it. Then I went to the other side of the spectrum and said, wait, what if this is some brand new half-baked cloud-based ransomware where someone had compromised this account and decided to just start encrypting all of the data inside of it, whatever it was, audit logs, network logs, etc. And then I also worry that maybe the bucket ACLs were just misconfigured, so someone was having a joke or writing into the wrong bucket and just encrypting with their key instead of anything that we had owned. It was at this point in time where I decided it was time to ruin Matt's day as well, and I sent a Slack message which kicked off our investigation. So Matt and I spent some time going back and forth. I really wanted him to sanity check me and make sure we were all on the same page of what's going on. So we came up with a couple of questions to kind of drive our investigation. The first, obviously, whose key is being used to encrypt our logs? We also wanted to know whose account this key was present in. We really wanted to figure out how these logs were being encrypted, because clearly there's some sort of process which consistently over time has purposefully been writing these logs into this S3 bucket and also taking the time to encrypt them. And last, but definitely not least, we really need this network telemetry to figure out what's going on inside of this account. How do we decrypt this data? Our plan of attack consisted of a couple of steps. First, pretty basic, what are these account IDs? The second thing we really wanted to understand was tearing apart the bucket configuration. How is the bucket configured? Let's double and triple check the encryption settings. Let's double and triple check the bucket ACLs. We really wanted to get an idea for what this bucket was being used for and how it could be getting into the state. We wanted to be able to reproduce this behavior so we could confidently state, hey, this is what's happening and this is how we can prevent it from happening any longer. If these kind of three initial first steps didn't get us to where we wanted to go, we were going to open a formal security investigation and start tearing apart the CloudTrail logs for evidence of any suspicious activity.
So, as part of step one, whose key is this? You know, you do what you can with any string you've never seen before. Like David already talked about, we'd already checked all the places that we expect AWS account numbers to be. This wasn't in any of them. So I Googled the thing, and I got the best result you ever get out of Google, which is 0 results. So this only pushed us further down the, well, if it's unknown, you know, maybe it's still kind of our thing, maybe it's something that's not really well known, which, you know, it doesn't give me a good feeling. So you feel like, oh no, guy there. Because I didn't get anything good out of this, I moved on to, all right, well, let's just click on it. Let's just check the bucket in the console and see what it says. And it looked like this. And if anybody has ever spent time in the AWS console looking at encryption configurations for buckets, this is what they look like. And the thing to see is that there is not a string present in the AWS KMS key ARN space. If things are configured on the bucket and it's quote unquote proper, you will see a key populated there saying what it's going to encrypt things with. There's some nuance in that, but that's the gist of it. So we found this and we're like, oh, the console's showing something weird. Like, is it buggy? Is there something wrong? Like, this pushed us more on the side of like, what do we do? Okay, so we go to the CLI. Let's pull that. So we hit the CLI with a get bucket encryption, and it kicks back this JSON, which might be a little hard to read in the back, but the thing to point out here is that you can see that AWS KMS is the algorithm that's set, but there is no line for what the key ARN should be to encrypt things with. And this is a completely valid bucket configuration. It just implicitly means what David said, which is the alias AWS S3 key. And we actually flipped this and said, okay, maybe we can morph this data that we just got into getting into that replication mode. So we just took this, changed it to a put bucket encryption and gave it this JSON, and it applied just fine, which confirmed what we already thought, which was this is a valid bucket configuration to be in. So then I moved on to, let's see if I can fully reproduce this. So this is just a screenshot showing my madness at David, because I was up until like 3 in the morning waiting for CloudTrail logs to write, twisting, you know, all the knobs and pushing all the buttons that you have between those two services just to see what would happen. And as part of that, the AWS service spit out, or we got in a log somewhere, a new ARN that we had never found before. And I just hoped that this one would show up somewhere. So I Googled this one. And it did in one result, which is infinitely, or however that maths out, from 0. And it was somebody on Reddit asking a question completely unrelated to encryption keys, but what shook out is that this account ID is owned by Amazon and used to run their logging services out of. So that's what we were seeing. So this is the first point for us where we were like able to dump the, did we screw something bad up? Like, do we have shadow infrastructure? And started to move on to, all right, maybe this is Amazon services interacting in a weird way.
So thanks to Matt's 3 a.m. adventure, which I felt really, really bad about because I was fast asleep, but also he didn't quite tell me he was going to do that, so I didn't feel too bad. But more than anything, I felt really, really excited because now we had a working path forward. We were able to figure out that, hey, this account ID that was being used probably belongs to Amazon. But most importantly, Matt, through his hard work, was able to reproduce the exact conditions in order to trigger this behavior, where you have data inside of your bucket encrypted with a key that you did not configure and that you don't have access to. So the conditions are threefold. The first is leveraging SSE KMS encryption. Again, this is the second encryption mechanism that we outlined at the start of this presentation and the one that we focused on a little bit more. The second correlates to the output of the get bucket encryption calls that Matt showed you, where the KMS key was missing. So the second condition is the KMS key is not specified. This means that it implicitly defaults to leveraging that special AWS S3 key, which we outlined at the beginning of this presentation. If you recall, this is a key that is fully owned by Amazon, and it comes with a trust policy that you cannot control as a customer. Again, this trust policy does not let you access this key from outside of your own account. On its own so far, these first two steps are still okay. In fact, if you're running services inside of your account, things will just kind of work as is, because if you have a log writer inside of your account, it's able to access this key. Everything looks okay. The thing that tips the scales is when you configure an AWS logging service or an external writer to start writing to your bucket. So really highlighting the fact that the first two conditions are completely valid. Now, granted, it's probably a weird scenario where you're specifying a KMS encryption configuration and not specifying a KMS key, but it's still accepted and there's no API errors. So these two things on their own are completely fine, but you start to have a bad day like Matt and I did when you combine that third facet, which is the log writer. So we've kind of understood how these conditions come into place, but let's walk through a step-by-step example so we can see how this works. So one precursor we want to say is Matt and I do not work for AWS. We don't actually know how these things work on the back end. We know the S3 encryption and decryption operations are a lot more complicated than what's on this diagram. However, for the purposes of this presentation, to kind of illustrate what was happening, we're really simplifying things and showing you this diagram. So the flow is the same, but this is not, an accurate technical diagram. So the first thing that happens is, again, we go back to our original diagram for the AWS log writer. On the left side, you have the AWS managed service, and on the right side, you have the customer configuration, where you have a log bucket to store your logs, you have an encryption configuration, and you have an encryption key. The first thing that happens is your log writer generates a log. Maybe you have some network traffic that came in, it dutifully does its job, and decides that it's going to write it to your bucket. So the first thing is that the writer reads the encryption configuration to figure out how this data should be encrypted. Now recall that with this SSE KMS configuration that is missing a key, this defaults to using that special AWS S3 key, which is not accessible outside of the customer managed account. At this point in time is when we start to get in a scenario that's a little bit unexpected. In my experience and Matt's experience inside of AWS, usually when you have log writers or operations that interact with encryption or decryption, or even if there's just an issue with permissions, the failure mode is that the operation aborts. So what we expected to see here was that this call would error out because the encryption configuration was a little off, and that no logs would end up being in the bucket. However, at this point in time, the log writer actually ends up fetching its own encryption key inside of its own account. And note that this key, as illustrated in the diagram, is not owned by the customer, is not specified by the customer, and is not accessible by the customer account either. After this happens, this key is used to encrypt the object, and it ends up getting written to the bucket. So at this point in time, after these 4 steps, again, you're left in a scenario where your log data is encrypted with a key that you can control and you do not have access to. So let's take a couple steps back and go back to the initial questions we had at the start of our investigation. We've learned a little bit more as we've gone along. So we now are able to answer whose key was being used to encrypt our logs, as well as whose account it was. It was an AWS thing that was happening. We were able to figure out how these logs were being encrypted through the 4-step diagram we just went through together. But we're still faced with that last but not least question of how do we decrypt our logs? So at this point in time, we became fully dependent on our provider. So again, the key doesn't live in our account. We don't know how to get access to this key. The only thing we could do was engage our appropriate channels through support and work with AWS to try to find a resolution. We were able to succeed with AWS's help, and they were very responsive in helping us get our data back, which was great. But a question that Matt and I wanted to kind of ask is, what if we were in the middle of an incident or a critical security investigation? Usually when you're running some sort of security investigation, you have questions that you need answers to as soon as you can possibly get them. But in this scenario, if you're dependent on someone else to get your data for you, you put yourself in a situation where you can't really control your own destiny anymore, and you're subject to the SLAs of whatever hosting provider you're using. So Matt and I spent a lot of time on this, more than we probably care to admit, and we decided that we didn't really want to deal with this anymore. So we put together some things on how you can look for this inside of your environment and how you can prevent it from happening so it doesn't happen to us or you again.
All right, so as part of like how do we find this in our environment, one of the first things that we wanted to do was just like inventory like how the other, like the CLI, the AWS API, how does Terraform treat this, how does CloudFormation treat this. The big takeaway from this is that everything is this. The AWS key ARN is optional. It's not required on anything. If that first bullet shows you or just tells you that it will use an implicit AWS S3 if you don't configure anything. Point is optional. So I want to show you how like easy this is to miss in PRs that might be coming through if you're a possible security reviewer. Like here's an example of Terraform. This is configuring a bucket for KMS encryption, and the thing to point out is right here. KMS encryption is configured. There's no key ARN specified. But if you're just like, you know, how many PRs do you look at possibly in a day? If you're just glossing through stuff as a general security, like, yeah. Anyway, you come to this and you go, that looks great. They used encryption. That's better than like we could often hope for, right? Like pass it on. And it looks the same in CloudFormation. It's very, very similar. And if you end up looking at the CDK, it's even more abstracted, so it would be even harder to find unless you're specifically looking for this scenario or you have like policies on the books that say KMS keys must be custom and like they must be specified, and you do some advanced checks, which we're going to get into. Point being, this is all very easy to miss. So if you can't trust your eyes to look at it, how do you actually find this stuff? And it depends on the state of your AWS inventory. So when we were in that panic mode of like, let's find everything we have that looks this way, what we ended up doing was just, I think because I had a GitHub window open, I just searched for the syntax I know that I was looking for and found all the buckets that were configured that way, listed them out that way. But you could do stuff like AWS config data, CloudTrail. You could even brute force it with get bucket encryption calls, but if your environment's large, it's not going to scale very well. But that's a bunch of ad hoc stuff. Let's do something more advanced with some more tooling. So you could do something with your static analysis infrastructure as code tool of choice. And this is actually an example of that down there. This is Rego/OPA, if you've ever written this language. It's both fun and terrible. This will search for a bucket that is configured this way. And then you have to go do your own investigation on like, do I have a logging service interacted with it? You could probably hydrate it some other way. Some other way that could have prevented this or you discover it is you could actually put a bucket policy on your bucket that restricts where keys are coming from. You can do, I'm not going to try to say that entire header, that's ridiculous, but you can do a condition key on that header and you can check things like, did it come from my account? Like, I want all encryption keys to come from this account, which technically, if you're enforcing server-side encryption on an S3 bucket, you should be doing a policy like that anyway, because anyone can put whatever configuration they want on a put object request. So that's a good thing to do anyway. So as part of preventing this, something reactive you could do is an AWS config rule. If you're at a place, if your organization lives in a state that it's able to make mandates, like if I see something that I don't like configured, AWS can come along, and AWS config can come along and actually change the state of things for you. That's a pretty advanced thing to be doing. Other tools can do it too. You could use CloudTrail to try to find things and then react, or a lot of people will build custom pipelines for this kind of thing. We obviously can't speak to those.
So to bring it all back together, we kind of gathered you here to share a story, and let's look over what we've covered. So we had an integration exercise which turned into a quote-unquote fun adventure, and I'm sure everyone in this room has a story about how integration has gone wrong in the past. What caught us a little off guard was how the folks who configure the infrastructure were trying to do the right thing. They were trying to configure encryption. Things were seemingly working inside of their account. But unfortunately, it had major unintended downstream consequences, which resolved involving AWS support to get our data decrypted. Lastly, Matt just walked you through a couple of different ways how you can look for this statically, either through an ad hoc fashion, leveraging an IAC tool of choice, or just parsing CloudTrail and config data to keep track of resources that are inside of your environment. But we also had a couple of takeaways that we want to discuss with the audience and kind of show some food for thought. So I alluded to the shared responsibility model earlier, and the concept of the customer being accountable for their side and the vendor being accountable for their side. So in Matt and I's experience, cloud services work pretty darn well. If something is going wrong inside of your AWS account, it's usually your fault 99% of the time. So the mentality that we were operating with in this scenario is, what did we do wrong? How can we figure out how things were broken and putting us in the state? However, this was almost a very rare instance, which still won't change our mentality on dealing with AWS issues, but how involving AWS support and putting the blame on the vendor could have resulted in a faster resolution here. The second thing we wanted to note on that initial first point is, was this behavior expected? Again, we were in a situation where the cloud provider we were using chose a key of its own accord that we did not have access to, we did not configure, and we did not request to encrypt our log data that we were unable to access without their help. The second bullet point will read like common sense, but we wanted to put it here anyways, similar to testing your backups, which is ensuring your logs are actually accessible before you need them and it's too late. A common definition of done when configuring logging services is you turn on your logging service, you check the bucket where the logs are supposed to go, and if you see the logs, you're probably good. However, this was not the case in this scenario. And this could be a common use case because, again, if you're turning on logging and you're just keeping it for compliance reasons, or you plan to ingest the data into a SIM at a later date, you could find yourself in a pretty bad scenario where you need to answer questions on these logs, but you've never actually tested whether you can access these logs, which is the scenario we found ourselves in. So ensure your logs are accessible and make sure your definition of done includes kind of every step of that workflow. Lastly, Matt and I combined have over 15 years of experience working with AWS, and we feel very confident about our abilities. However, due to the speed of features that AWS, GCP, Azure, all the major cloud providers roll out, you can never really be 100% confident on how these services are going to interact with each other. There's just too many awesome features that get rolled out. If you look at reInvent, for example, I'm pretty sure half of my workflows get deprecated every single December. So no matter how well you know how these services interact with each other, really make sure you go through all the extra steps to make sure that your flow works exactly how you expected, especially when you're using managed services. And with that being said, we would like to thank you very much for coming to our talk and open up the floor to any questions.
I believe the question was, did Amazon decrypt our logs and then transfer them in plain text? Is that right? So I think the question was on the details of how Amazon decrypted our data. It was not decrypted via plain text, and everything was up to kind of the standards we would like. The data never left our account. Sorry, you might have to come up and speak into the mic. Sorry.
Sorry, my question was that, like, usually for encrypting data at rest, the way that GCP or AWS work is that they use a method called envelope encryption. So the key and the information around the key is stored along with the object. I'm wondering whether those information could help you to see what was the actual key path and stuff like that.
I didn't catch all of it. Some about envelope encryption.
So typically when AWS would usually do encryption, they leverage envelope encryption.
Yeah.
Kind of, you have individual keys and you have key wrapping it. Would that have helped in identifying what the key is?
Oh, okay. So the question was about envelope encryption and how AWS and GCP and these services do that under the hood. And like as David and I said, we're not employees of AWS or privy to exactly how that works and whether or not it's enveloped encryption. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head right now what they're doing on the back end. But I don't think any sort of enveloping would have helped in this case, especially because the crux of the problem was that we couldn't access the key anyway. So that might have been easy. Like it might have been easier for them and not us. Like if they were needed to do something like rotation, but this didn't involve any rotation. What they needed to do was get the data encrypted with a key that we own, not one that they own. So there's stuff on the back end of whether they're doing any enveloping or anything on that, I don't think would have impacted us at all. So the object showed what the key was. Yeah. So like we knew what the key was, we just couldn't access it because if we're right, we're guessing that you can go. If we're right, we're guessing that this key is the actual AWS/S3 aliased key in the Amazon account. So we think that the log writer and S3 interact in a weird way. It goes and pulls that key, which, as David said, a bunch of times now, we're going to talk to our blue in the face, would have a policy that does not allow outside account access. So any of the nuances of how they're doing any enveloped encryption at all just don't matter because we can't access the key anyway, and they're rightfully not going to change a key policy to let us access that, right? So does that answer your question? Yeah, that's fine. We can go through it. It's super nuanced and detailed, and so.
So the question is, does this happen only if you use the default key? And it happens if you specifically specify SSE KMS encryption and you do not specify a KMS key. So I guess to put it more explicitly, if you specify SSE KMS, but the key that you ask for is that special AWS/S3 key, you will be put in this condition with a log writer. Yes. Yes, it's the default key that Amazon provides.
And normally that works fine. Yeah, that works fine as long as. That works fine as he asked. That's the key Amazon provides. That works fine as long as all of the requests are coming from inside your own account because it's interacting with a key that you can actually go see. Like you can go click on that key, see the key policy for it in the console UI. It'll be grayed out because you can't edit it. It's a completely managed policy. So when things from the outside come in, it fails, and it failed in this weird way we saw. But I kind of glossed over this in a slide. I don't think I actually said it. You can actually not get yourself into this configuration via the console. It holds your hand. Like the console does weird stuff sometimes. It's not a one-to-one with API calls or CLI calls. So it would actually be easier to enter this scenario if you are using IAC like Terraform and CloudFormation. So I don't. Does that answer your question at all? Yeah. Okay. You're gonna have to come on. You're gonna have to. It's this thing? No way. You love SCPs.
So the question is, could you leverage something like organizational SCPs or service control policies to kind of prevent a situation like this? So pretty much using a centralized set of rules that if you are using AWS organizations, these policies will apply to all API calls instead of your child accounts. Matt, I think we looked at this, and
I don't remember.
yeah, that's something that we explored, but due to how specific that header was, we weren't 100% positive on whether we would be able to write an SCP to specifically block that kind of behavior. We also were worried about the general ramifications of something like that happening to the entirety of every child account in the org. Because this use case is a little bit specific, right? You have this configuration which could technically be valid, but it only starts to fall apart when you have that third-party log writer outside of your own account. So I think something that we would push for instead would be leveraging those kind of static controls at PR time and detective controls upon deployment time, because it could be perfectly acceptable for someone to configure a bucket like this, but if it's just operations inside of my account, the data will still be encrypted at rest and everything will be okay. I can't hear you, I'm really sorry. Do you want to talk to the mic? Sorry.
You'd never have access to the data again without talking to support, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
So the question was, would you ever be able to access the data again without talking to support? And we needed to involve support in order to get this data decrypted, because again, that encryption key that was being used was outside of any of the accounts that we owned.
I mean, yeah. Oh yeah. It writes just fine. Yeah. So like we did everything. Like I mean, we tried to access the key. We did get objects specifying that exact key, but it was all the same access denied error, because when you get down to it, it's a key in their account. The key policy says no, so you can't, right?
The question was, because it was reproducible, did Amazon treat this as a bug? Technically, we actually ourselves, Matt and I, don't consider it a bug. We think it's just unexpected behavior. If you dive really, really deep into the documentation, you'll notice references saying that, hey, this kind of configuration for the log writers isn't really supported. The key point we wanted to call out in this presentation is how the operation fails. It's a silent failure where your data is encrypted versus the operation just stopping and you seeing that there's no logs in there. So, correct. You would never know until you go back, which is why it's really important to make sure the logs that you are ingesting, you can access, which sounds silly, but is a step we failed to miss here. But to answer your original question, we don't even think it's a bug. We obviously worked with AWS support to kind of resolve the data, but not sure.
We're not privy to how.
Yeah, we're not privy to AWS's thinking. Yeah.
Oh, can it happen with RDS? Is that the question? The question is, can it happen with other services that support using KMS for backing their encryption, like RDS or I think EC, like lots of things do, right? And in our experience, we saw it only on the log writer services. So VPC Flow is not the only thing we saw it for. I tested it for S3 server access logs. I tested it for firewall logging, which means it appears to be, although I didn't test it with everything, it appears to be a generalized problem with the logging services themselves. Anything that uses that abstracted service to log stuff to your S3 buckets will have this problem. So I can't be sure, but I don't think it would have that issue, because typically anything RDS is going to be you're using something from your account. Like RDS using the default aliased AWS S3 key, that's going to work fine, unless in the documentation it says it doesn't. Yeah, I know. I hedge everything. But it's definitely going to work with custom KMS keys, right? Like I would expect RDS to interact fine. I actually tested setting that JSON configuration to the bucket encryption where there was no ARN specified. We never saw it fail on any other service interactions except for the log writers. That doesn't mean that's something out there, but I didn't comprehensively test, 300 Amazon services that might go do something with KMS, right? So I would expect it to work fine. It's just, like, if the one takeaway of what you should go look for in your environment on what might be broken right now, it's that configuration of doesn't have a key ARN present, and are any of the logging services utilizing it? So there might, there might be some nuance there in how RDS does some of its logging. Like, you can configure Postgre and like all that stuff to go to certain places. I don't know if you can configure S3 for that. It's definitely something to look at, but I'm not sure. Sorry, it's kind of a weak answer.
Would you be able to audit for the config rather than like setting the config policy to stop it from going forward? Is there an easy way to audit that config going backwards?
Audit it going backwards, like to see that somebody placed it? Oh, I mean, so that would come down to the slide that said depends on your AWS inventory. Like if you just want to check things that are configured that way, it's wherever is convenient for you where that information is. If you continuously collect something like CloudTrail, though, like I'm almost certain that's going to be in there, and like the thing that's put in, or the policy that gets set is likely going to be in there. So if you've got that collected somewhere, that's probably going to work. But again, comes down to tooling. What do you have? What data can you look at?
Thank you very much again to everyone who stayed and asked questions. We really appreciate it.
I actually have a question.
We'll be around for the rest of the conference, and if you have additional follow-ups, please feel free to reach out on LinkedIn. Thank you.
I may be completely out of the loop on this. What is this? There was a moment I was like, should I just put it on when I'm waiting in between talking? And I failed.
Well, you want to try it on?
Well, I mean, it won't really go over my glasses.
There's your new LinkedIn photo.
Am I happy now, David?
Yeah, we're happy.
Yeah. So what did you say? What was the tradition? To offer something humorous to the speakers. Okay. That's a really cool talk. We have spent so much time on this shit. Not the talk, but like the wallowing and what the hell's going on. Oh my god.
I can imagine that.
That's why I was when I like was sure I had gotten it. He had like 30 messages.
Do your. I'll get 6 feet away since I don't have a mask.
Appreciate that. Thank you. You ready, AV? All right. We good? All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to BSides Common Grounds. This talk is Honey, I'm Home, Customizing Honey Pots for Fun and Not Profit, given by Kat Fitzgerald. A few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, and our gold sponsors, Amazon, Invisium, PlexTrack, Intel, Google, and BlueCat. It's their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you please check to make sure your cell phone is set to silent. If you have a question, should she be generous enough to take it? Please come on up here and use the mic so that people can see you on the stream. And as a reminder, the BSides photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of everyone in the frame. These talks are all recorded, except this one I think will be deleted, so this one will only be streamed. And will be available on YouTube while it's happening. We ask that you please keep your masks on at all times. And looks like everyone's got a seat. No need to move closer together. So with that, let's get started. Please welcome Kat.
Give it up for whoever, I don't know who you are. Mac, before I start, I have to do a shameless plug. I did launch a YouTube channel last week. I only have one thing on it, but I'll be posting more videos and everything. It is called Rainbow Cat and Tequila. And the subtitle is Cybersecurity Neat, because that's the only way to drink tequila. This is very good tequila. So there we go. Anyway, check it out if you get a chance. All right, this is who I am. I've been doing this for a very long time. My first DEF CON was DEF CON number 3. How many people probably weren't even born at DEF CON 3? Because that was 27 years ago. Oh, God. And I do love honeypots, refrigerators, IoT-type devices. Those are a few of my favorite things. And we're going to talk about that in general. My disclaimer, just like everybody else, the views and everything you will see here today are mine and mine alone. They do not have anything to do with current or past employers, even though I might say some things about past employers. Also, disclaimer part number 2. I'm obsessed with this stuff. I don't know why. Home security equipment, honeypots, all of this stuff, and co-location facilities. If you want to have a life, probably don't be as obsessed about it as I am. I have honeypots in Ukraine right now. I have honeypots all over the world for the most part. So we'll talk about that. Your mileage may vary. That part I can't change. So we'll see how that's going to apply. Why are we not here? Well, I'm not going to show you or do a demo of 5,000 different honeypots. That would be stupid, and it would just waste a lot of time. I'm not showing you all of mine. I will show some pieces of it, but I'm not going to obviously show you, hey, here's the IP of my honeypot in Ukraine. No, that would be silly. But honeypots are only part of your security posture. So please don't think I'm advocating, ooh, honeypots solve everything. They don't, okay? So why are we here? Well, I like to share this. In 2021, companies spent $150 billion flipping dollars on all kinds of fancy stuff, fancy hardware, fancy software, all to protect assets. And yet breaches continue to go up. We're doing something wrong. We really are. Security stuff itself is vulnerable. I mean, it happens. Lateral movement is huge. I see people doing all this stuff on the perimeter, and then they go, oops, somebody got in, but we had no way to detect them. Uh-oh, probably should fix that. And when you stop and think, what is your typical security day and your architecture? How often do you spend time just like checking those little boxes with regards to compliance? We need to get back to the basics, and that's what I want to kind of talk about. And I love this quote from John Strand. Instead of brilliance, we've kind of standardized mediocrity. I had a former CISO of mine who came into the company. I had been there for about a year, came into the company, and his solution to security was to pay for internet insurance. I quit. Anyway, this is my favorite comic. I don't know why. Probably because my old boss, who I still love, his name was Dave. In this corner, we have firewalls, encryptions, antivirus, everything else. And in this corner, we have Dave. Why? Because human error is always going to be there. Okay? But first, before you get into honeypots, something I want to share. Okay? Have a lab. Why? Because you want to set up images that you can then just distribute on your honeypots. This is one of the problems with why honeypots get detected so easily. Okay, so virtualize everything. That part, I use Proxmox, and it's pretty easy. I use Raspberry Pis. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about my lab, just a few things to note. OpenWRT is an awesome thing to use in your lab, especially because it makes a great honeypot, okay? And then OpenSense, my firewalling stuff that I use. This is just some examples. I have, these little Intel NUC type devices. This one has 64 gig of RAM, and I've got it virtualized to about 20 systems. But each one of those systems is an image that I can deploy to a honeypot. So that's what I use these virtual machines. I spend the time building them up, taking snapshots, then I can distribute them so I can put honeypots up in a matter of a few minutes. It doesn't take me a lot of time. This is just some examples of Proxmox. This is my gear. Again, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. It's fun stuff. Yeah, I have Kubernetes clusters on Raspberry Pis and all sorts of things there. And go on eBay, find cheap routers, cheap Wi-Fi routers, put OpenWRT on them, and you can create some really cool honeypots, especially for your own home connections, because you can put a fake router out there and see what kind of script kiddies or neighbors you might catch. I live in a very large apartment complex. I'm always catching my neighbors mucking around with my honeypots. And then I have them actually duplicating my Wi-Fi signals, my SIDs, almost. But I know they're going, oh, we have to find her. What is she doing and all of this? So keep that in mind. All right, now that we've kind of virtualized things, we're going to start installing it. Keep in mind that OSs are going to be key to this. You can't just install some honeypot software and poof, you're done. It doesn't work like that. You need good copies of OSs. Also, think about this. Could an operating system itself, a base operating system like Windows, be a honeypot? Absolutely. Okay. Planning is going to be 90% of doing honeypots well. Okay. Like I said, don't forget Windows. Oh, I seem to have misspelled it. I'm sorry. But seriously, go to the eval center, download it, in whichever version you're looking at, put it on your system, take a snapshot, and then reload it after 180 days when the eval runs out. You can still use it because you're not really using it to work and all this. You're using it to duplicate and make copies so you can create honeypots. Okay? I don't know. Redfish, bluefish, are you really out there to do pen testing? No. Honeypots are mostly for blue. It's for detection. Also, you need something to monitor. This was something that Tanya was talking about in her DevSecOps talk just a little while ago. If you're doing all this security planning and everything else, but you don't have something doing the monitoring, you're having problems. I use one called Wazoo. I'll show you an example of it coming up. Honeypots. Honeypots versus deception. Well, a few years ago, people used to say, and I think they still do, they say, but honeypots are toys. No, they're not. That's why the commercial sector went out and said, well, we won't call them honeypots. We'll call them deception technology, and then we can charge you a lot more money for them. And if you're a vendor that does that and you're in this talk, I'm sorry, because I don't necessarily believe in the commercial versions of deception tech. Why? Because they use the same technology. They just build stuff that helps you deploy it. By the way, that same fun CISO person, when we had honeypots deployed in the company that I was working at, he made us send an email out to all the managers to tell them exactly where the honeypots were. I said, well, what? Well, we don't want to, like, anger our users. I'm like, wait, what? Insider threat, hello? Anyway, key thing, honeypots do not hack back. Just because I'm going to show you a honeypot that might detect exactly where the attacker is coming from on a geolocation, that's not a hack back. It's they chose to run it and send me an email, well, not an email, send me a ping that says, oh, here I am in Nashville, Tennessee, or wherever. Some important points. Deployment. I see people deploy honeypots and they try to hide them. Why would you want to hide it if you want it to be something that triggers when an attack occurs? You want to give it a domain name. You want it in the same IP subnet as important resources that you're trying to protect. So don't try to hide the honeypots. Don't tell people this is a honeypot, but don't try to hide them. Customization, which is what we're going to talk about, is second to the planning. It's huge. We'll see it. Here's an example. I mean, pick a honeypot. This is just a short list. There are hundreds of packages of honeypots out there. You could install any one of them. The minute you install something, for example, like Cowrie, third from the bottom, I guarantee you install it with the defaults. I'd say within an hour or so of it being deployed, Shodan will have flagged it and tagged it as a honeypot. Guaranteed. Okay? So everybody grab pictures. I do make my slides available. It's my GitHub account is the same as my Twitter, so Rainbow Cat. If you check that, I'll upload this and tweet the link for it if you take a look. Okay? Everybody got the pictures? One that's really interesting, the third one, that's the one I was just talking about, Honey Badger. Honey Badger, if you can get the attacker to run the client, it will actually send back their geolocation. Could be very useful. I've done tests with my teams where it was maybe off by about 5, maybe 10 feet. It was pretty good, okay? All right, but what about the real thing? What about real software, real OS, something like that? Again, I can use it as a honeypot. I just have to be careful how I configure it because I don't want an attacker to be able to use it as a pivot point or as an attack point. So think about this. How many people have Windows domain servers out there? Probably everybody. Nobody leaves the administrator account as administrator, right? You change it. But what's wrong with leaving the administrator account, or creating a new one, I should say, creating a new administrator account with, a bad password. But don't make it a stupid password. Don't make it password. Go to RockU or RockU 2021. Grab something that was probably on a compromised list, but is still kind of hard to guess. Because then if somebody gets in, you know they're probably running a tool or playing around, and they probably shouldn't. This is some examples of some to play with. ADHD is an awesome package that has about 20 or 30 of those honeypot packages pre-installed with directions, with information about, here's how to run it, here's how to launch this, here's how to set up Honey Badger. So it has all sorts of instructions. It's a VM. Download it, run it under VirtualBox, VM player, whatever you happen to have. And you can learn. Do not deploy this. This isn't the one that you put out on your network. This is the one that you use just to come up to speed and play with all the various versions of the honeypots and learn what needs to be changed. What do you have to customize? Okay, here's an example of one. This is called Port Spoof. It comes on the ADHD platform, and when you run it, as I did here, it shows you all the various services that are running. The problem is it does this. Because if you notice in the first Nmap scan, we see, it's got 4 minutes and 43 seconds that it's been running, 0 host completed. We're down to 4 minutes and 53 seconds. We're still running. It says it's 75% done. But then we look at 7 minutes, and it's only 77% done. It's like a La Brea tar pit. It sucks it in, and it gets slower and slower and slower. So when people are running Nmap scans against the environment, they get stuck. It's annoying. It really is. And attackers don't like to be annoyed. Here's another one you could have up and running in a few minutes. This is from SANS, D-Shield. I had this one up just on the outside of my Comcast setup. And within about 2.5 minutes of it being exposed, poof, there were the attacks. It's interesting to see where they start to come from, whether you have neighbors or whether they're coming from outside of the environment, coming from who knows what country, But to me, it's just more of, I was curious to see how quickly a scan would hit my Comcast IP if I exposed it. And this one did it. Lateral movement is important. We know about lateral movement, what it does. It enables the adversary to move around and access different things. The MITRE attack shows us where is it. It's very, very important. Honeypots are going to be the key to detecting lateral movement. Now let's move on to this. How many of you know what UDA stands for? Several of you. So it's a military term. Observe, orient, decide, and then act. Here is the most important acronym that you will ever learn about honeypots. CCAD. Anybody know what it stands for? Confuse, confound, annoy, and delay. If I can delay an attacker, I can detect an attacker. If I can annoy an attacker, they'll go somewhere else, especially if they're motivated attacking a company, but they keep getting sucked into these tar pits or things that they can't get out of or something like that. If you annoy an attacker enough, they're going to move on and go to an easier target. All right, let's get a little serious. Here's an example of monitoring with Wazoo, but here's some interesting things. I don't know if you can see that very well. This is where it says login attempt, root, and password succeeded. ooh, must be a honeypot because there's the username and there's the password. It shows me some information about where it came from and so on. And I've created these rules. It's not too hard to create rules within Wazoo. I have rules that will detect if they drop payloads, if they're what commands they might be attempting to run, and so on. So you want to have some sort of monitoring with your honeypots. These were a bunch of users that kept trying to log in. One I hadn't seen much lately. This was new, where I started to see nproc showing up as a username. I don't know why. That one's, to me, it's new. I mean, I know it's Linux, Unix, but why is it a username? Don't know. But there were some interesting ones. Integrity, really? And then, of course, Pink Floyd tried to log in. That one. And then, was this an honest typo, or did someone, like, administrator Ray? That one I don't know. You know. Oh, yeah. Very much could be Italian. They didn't check the geolocation of where this particular honeypot was, so they gave it a shot. Who knows? But it is interesting to look for patterns, okay? Especially with passwords. By the way, passwords. How many of you have heard of "Have I Been Pwned"? Of course. And you've all gone to it and entered your username, right? Okay, last year I set up my version of "Have I Been Pwned," but it asked you to please enter your password to see if it's been compromised. I had to shut it down a couple of hours into this because too many people were putting their passwords in. And it was just the same message. It just kept saying, no, you're good, you're good, you're good. But I was building this list of passwords. And I'm going, well, I guess I'll add them to my Rock You list along with all the other ones because, but I shut it down because, yeah. But it showed me that humans do stupid things. And that's part of the problem. Deployment. All right, we have to start and think about this. Honeypots, honey ports, honey tokens, and honey creds. It's not just a honeypot you're deploying, like I already said. Administrator, put a decent password on it, but set the account that if anybody logs into it, it triggers your monitoring system with an elevated alert saying somebody got in. It shouldn't have any privileges, but yeah. Customization, simple things. Let's say Cowrie. Cowrie is one of the most popular SSH/Telnet/FTP honeypots out there. It's on that list back on the previous pages. If you deployed it out of the box, it's going to be detected in a matter of minutes. But if you set it up with real certs, or I don't know what's going on. You're just going over there. If you set it up with real certs and real banners and so on, well, where do you get all these? You get them from the image that you have installed on your Proxmox system because you keep those copies ready to go. You create your Cowrie instance and you dump the configurations over. It's, my God. You missed your calling. You should be a ballet dancer. Yeah, you have to stop now. Thank you. Here is the real Sasha, the dancing flamingo, but I think she's been upstaged. Thank you so much. Yeah. Now she has a place to sleep. This is awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. We love and appreciate you being part of this community.
You're awesome. Thanks. Yes, when I submitted my talk and it asks, what do you need for AV or any special requirements? And I put, well, if you have a dancing flamingo, that would be just perfect. But just in case, I bring my own. Anyway, actual applications. Think about this. Do you have a custom application that you could build kind of a stripped down version that doesn't really do anything, but put it on a honeypot? Make it look real. Why? Because we need these things to look real. We need them to be in places that you expect to find valuable assets. Server farms, cloud storage, IoT type devices. I have IoT devices in my apartment. Why? Because when I put a TV, or in this case a dishwasher that for $50 extra came with the network attachment, and people would say, well, why would you do that? I said, simple. I had to replace my dishwasher. I spent the extra $50 to put it on the network. I'm a researcher. Tax deduction. Anyway, so you get the idea. Build an MX, a mail server that looks real. Put it in your mail server configurations. Don't put it in the MX record. Make it look like, oh shit, somebody put a server out there and forgot to add it to the MX record. Ooh, could be a neat way to catch people. This is just an example of where I kind of put some of my stuff. I'm not going to go into that. This is an interesting command. Uses NC to create a quick and dirty web server. You should all memorize that one. No. Take a picture of it. I don't know. It's neat. If a honeypot or another server is under attack and you think it is, quick, pop up a web server. See if they fall for it. And it'll just keep sending back 200 OKs. But if they stay there and try to break into it, ooh, somebody's trying to do something. See, it's simple things. Now let's get into the customization. Okay, think about it, but don't overthink it. Okay, we just don't customize it to the point that it looks like you were really customizing it. What do we want to do? Look around at your other devices. Install a version of Ubuntu in your virtualized environment, a version of Debian, a version of whatever operating systems you use in your environment. Make copies of them that you can then use those configurations and dump them to your honeypots. Get some old stuff. Webcams are huge when it comes to people trying to break into them. I have Raspberry Pis that mimic webcams. Why? Because I went on eBay and I found some old webcams. I bought them and, $20. And then I copied everything that I could off of it. Banners, all sorts of, HTML code. And now I have Raspberry Pis that look exactly like webcams. And people are going to try to get into them. And what are they going to do? They're going to drop Mirai or Son of Mirai or who knows what they're going to drop. The whole point is you want to detect them. That's what we're trying to do here. And we're trying to avoid getting detected by Shodan. We'll talk about that coming up in just a second. So Shodan, we can use it. How many people don't know what Shodan is? Anybody? Or I'll just say, does everybody know about Shodan? Shodan.io. Go to that website. Set yourself up an account. Why? Because you can go and you can capture banners and information that you can use in your honeypots. I'll show you in just a second. Certificates. One of the biggest things people forget. They'll set up a web server as a honeypot, but they have a self-signed certificate on it. Why would you do that? If it's going to be exposed to the internet, let's encrypt. Why not? Honey tokens. I'll show you those coming up here in just a second. Think about the hosts that you're trying to mimic. Now, think about this. On your honeypot, if you, again, I'll stick with Cowrie. If you install Cowrie out of the box and an attacker logs in, there is no history. If they type history, they're not going to see anything. Why wouldn't I go to one of my systems and get 1,000 lines of a bash history file and dump that over to my honeypot? But here's the trick. Put IP addresses with SSH commands of other honeypots in that honeypot. Then you find that an attacker is very interested in finding out, oh, look, an SSH command. And maybe there's a key to get into that honeypot. Wow. You know, you're going to find the serious criminals, bad actors, when you do that. The file systems, I've already said it. Create copies of real operating systems in your virtualized environment. Then you're going to rsync those file systems over to your honeypots. Because if you don't, they'll be detected. The commands I just mentioned, get history files. Make sure you're not, exposing some, maybe need to know or confidential information, but build history files so an attacker, when they get in, they're going to stay there for a little while, and they're going to look around and try to figure out what's going on. We need those history files. Also, processes. The first thing any attacker does when they get on a honeypot is they do a PS. They want to see what's running. Out of the box, every single honeypot is going to show pretty much the same stuff. There is a very simple, well, not very simple, it's a complicated command, but you want to get a PS display from your other systems. It's coming up on another slide here. Honey tokens, I'll show you those in a second. And think about real servers and apps. What is wrong with standing up a Windows box, putting RDP on it with a honey token? Don't put any applications on it, but the minute somebody RDPs into it, it triggers an alert. Why are they trying to get into this system? Okay. Also, staging servers. Maybe you have a QA, a prod, a dev. Create a staging and add it to the mix, but make staging a honeypot. See, this is what I mean about planning. That's what really makes honeypots useful. If you just throw them out willy-nilly, whoever said that, willy-nilly, what the hell? I don't know what that means. If you just throw them out there, who knows what you're going to end up with. They have to be legitimate. They have to look real. Can't say it enough. Make it look as real as possible. Stop and think. You're the security professional. Go to log in it yourself. When you think it is done, and look around and think, would I think this is a trap, or would I fall for this? Okay? Cowrie, when they went from an old version to the new 2.0 version, they made one change. They changed the default user of Richard to Phil. Okay, if I see that username on a honeypot, sorry, or on a system, sorry, ding ding, must be a honeypot, probably. Here was an example. This is honeyscore.shodan.io. It's fairly new, but you can go and put an IP address of any system. So if you put an IP of what you have now created as a honeypot, and it's been out there for a day or so, so Shodan finds it, it'll tell you, oh, it's a honeypot, or no. This one I ran actually just last night. I ran it on a couple of my honeypots just to do some updates, make sure. That's why I took the IP out. One of them is in Ukraine, and it still shows as being up, looks legit. Okay? All right, Shodan. Here's what I mean about Shodan tagging. I did a search for SQ webcams. Well, gee, it found a couple, but they're also tagged as being honeypots. Not very useful. Here was another one. Please explain to me why a webcam is in the cloud. So it's a honeypot. This one, when I was actually looking for these things, turned out to be an industrial webcam that was wide open. I reported it to them, but I'm going, hey, you guys might want to turn this off. It's exposed to the internet with no credentials whatsoever. And I sent them the picture, and yeah, they said, oh, oops, sorry about that. But yeah, it happens. So, use real software. It's very, very useful. Windows, of course, all the time. Think of RDP. Create honey tokens and honey docs. Don't create a document that says passwords. You know, create an Excel spreadsheet that maybe says SRE team info. And in it, it has usernames and passwords. They're all fake, of course, but you've attached a honey token to that document that if somebody opens it, you get an alert. And creating honey tokens is easy. I'll show you in a minute. Thinking about discovery, and don't forget monitoring. I already mentioned that. Okay, I don't have anything to give away anymore because I gave away all the Titan tokens. What's that? Can you tell me? It's a router. It's a router. It's an Asus AC5300. No, it's not. It's Cowrie. I got an AC5300 off of eBay, logged into it, dumped the file system, dumped all the files, did LSs, did PSs, grabbed all the HTML that I could, and I created a honeypot. It looks exactly like it, and it right now, to this day, it still sits exposed, looking like a misconfigured router on my Xfinity internet connection. And it gets a fair amount of hits, but it also gets some interesting payloads dropped on it. It gets payloads similar to Mirai and others. So it's very, very useful. What's that one? You say OpenVPN, right? It is. I took the real software, set it up, but what do you think would happen if they downloaded the agent, the client? Honey Badger. It's the Honey Badger app. So if they download it and then they go to run it because they think they found a certificate to get in, because, oops, I might have exposed it somewhere, then Honey Badger runs on their system and sends me back information about their exact location. I'm not hacking back. They are simply running a software that they decided to download from a server they did not have the permission to download. So, not my fault. And yeah, Honey Badger for all the versions of the client. This is how you create tokens. Tokens for documents, tokens for credentials, tokens for, it's called canarytokens.org and generate. You want to use, think about the administrator account. You want to put a canary token in there so the minute somebody logs in, you know it. You want to attach these tokens to Word docs, to Excel spreadsheets. Any of these things that you leave lying around that are the bait, you want to create canary tokens for them. Again, I know I've said it 20 times. It's all about planning. What are you concerned with protecting? Don't just start deploying honeypots. Think about it. Okay, more customization. Here's an example of what you would go through with Cowrie. You start with the obvious. Change the host name and change the MAC address. Because if you're going to put Cowrie on a Raspberry Pi, when you scan it, Those MAC addresses they scream Raspberry Pi, and Nmap will detect it. Now, if you want it to look like a Raspberry Pi, okay, fine, don't change it. But if you want it to look like a real server, change it. Here's a quick command, give you a random MAC address. Simple. But these are the things that people forget. They deploy it, and boom, what happens? Shodan sees it, goes, honeypot. Versions. When I say versions, think about the versions of the software, SSH, anything that you've got running. Well, those are banners that are going to show up. Make sure you're putting the right banners. If you have a banner that says Debian 10, but then they log in and they look at the system and it says Ubuntu or Red Hat, oops, they're going to figure that out. The history file I already mentioned, commands, get those. Here's a simple little command. If you type history, although it capitalized the H, if you type history -S and then a command, it will not execute the command. What it does is it stuffs it in the history file. So you could create random SSH commands or random whatever. You could create a script to generate commands and build a history file. And then you copy that over to the system. Targets, I already mentioned this. Think about putting SSH to other targets, because then you know that you have someone that is trying to pivot. They're trying to move laterally within your environment. If you just put the honeypots out there and you don't do things like that, it's going to be harder to figure out what they're trying to do. The file systems is a big one. Why? Because Cowrie comes with a default file system. There's not much on it. So does Open Canary and other honeypots. They all come with defaults. You want to have a real system and use rsync to copy it over and then regenerate. If we're using Cowrie, there's some simple commands to do that. The processes I mentioned and the usernames. Change them. Okay? And make them honeycreds. In other words, create some fake ones that if they do try to SSH to another system and they happen to pick one of the users that I've tagged as being, ooh, this is scary, then it sets off bigger alarms. Okay? Also, I can't say it enough, remember Proxmox, virtualize multiple images of things so you're not taking hours to do this. Automation and monitoring. Here's an example. This just goes, if you run the OpenSSL command and so on, this is the line that you add to a Raspberry Pi and it'll change the MAC address. You just add that to the boot file within the system. Pretty easy. If you're on, a VPS somewhere, like my Ukraine honeypots, they're running on VPSs in Ukraine. I pay for them monthly, but they're running my software, okay? Here's some customization examples. Banners, can't say it enough. Change the banners very carefully. Do you want a honeypot to answer to ping? Yes or no? Anybody? Yes? What if none of your other systems will answer to ping? Then you don't. You want to make sure. Now, a honeypot that doesn't answer to ping may not be found. Okay, you have to think about that. But keep that in mind. DNS, please make DNS entries for it and make it look real. rsync is your friend. You use rsync, copy an entire file system from root all the way down. By the way, what is the super user's favorite beer? Root beer. There you go. Okay. This is, you need to do a PS command that gives you the output for Cowrie that looks right. This command, get a picture of it, but this command will actually generate it. You have to dump it to the command output.json file. So if you run that on like an Ubuntu system or a Red Hat or CentOS or whatever, and you have a running system. I did it on one of my mail servers. So I had users logged in from Dovecot and so on. Now, I changed the IP addresses to be other addresses within the network. But if somebody comes along and does a PS, they're going to see valid processes running there. Everybody got the picture? Cool. Users and passwords, obviously, use the RockU database or the RockU 2021. Either one, whatever. And if you have some of your other favorite dictionary Linuxes or versions, yeah, you want to use those too. Okay? Set some that are default, yes, but not many. I wouldn't do it. And get creative with your users. If I know, because I've done some research on your company, and I know all your usernames are first dot last. That's the format. And I get into a honeypot and I see a bunch of usernames that just say Fred, Wilma, Barney, whatever. Sorry, not going to fall for it. Okay? Don't forget about, if you're going to set up a web honeypot, the HT passwords. Create some pages that require authorization, but use the honey tokens from the Open Canary honey tokens. Okay? Think about all the places that you really want to have things. I had an environment where we had a situation where credit card skimmers were being installed on our point of sale systems. And I was hired to come in and they had an incident, so they said, "Ooh, we better go hire a security person." I came in and I said, "Well, why don't you have honeypots that mimic the POS systems?" They said, "Ooh, interesting thought," because they'd never been able to catch them. Took us a little bit. We created some, and we did it on Raspberry Pi 3s. That's how old this was. But we made them look exactly like the POS system. We then shipped them around the world to all the facilities, because we had close to 1,000 buildings that had these POS systems in it. Within 2 weeks of dropping these out there, we caught the contracting company they were the ones trying to install credit card skimmer software into these systems. This was that same CISO that when he came in 2 months later, he said, "What is this? These are toys." He ripped them all out, put in internet insurance. I quit, and 2 months later, they had another breach. Idiot. Think about SMB. That's another one. RDP, already mentioned it. FTP, I told you the story about Pwned. So here's a quick look at interactions. Hold on. So these are just a couple of examples. This was somebody got into the honeypot and they went, "Ooh, what's going on?" So they did an LS, they cat the password file, pretty simple, looking. They see, wow, it looks legit. Ooh, there's an interesting account, skip. They looked at the history. They looked at PS. Okay, what are they looking for? But here was a mistake I made. Because they looked through all of PS. This was my honest mistake. I missed it when I did it, so it's very long. Okay, we do see that there's an SSH command of skip right there. But skip wasn't logged in. Damn it. I forgot to modify that one file. So they logged off immediately because, oops, made a mistake. Even I do. This was an interesting one. They logged in, created some scripts, pulled down some stuff from all of their environments. Definitely trying to cover their tracks. That's for sure. I mean, it's probably a script. Well, it is a script. This one was interesting. Why? Because they couldn't figure out what they were on. Enable system shell. What the hell? But then they figured it out and tried to do some more. Here was an interesting payload. Why they hate gay people, I have no idea. There is one interesting thing about this payload that once it was downloaded, I uploaded it to VirusTotal. VirusTotal has no record of it, doesn't know what it is. So you can find some interesting things that they do. And that was off of one of my Ukraine honeypots. This one, I don't know. They thought they were being bad because they're trying to do BusyBox, and none of that ended up working. Obviously, another script. Here's, take a shot of that. That's the full, whoops. That is the full customization that will create the JSON file that you need if you're going to dump a PS output from another system out there. Okay? All right. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. So, we have some key takeaways. You know, I can't show you in 45 minutes everything you need to do with a honeypot, how you customize everything. I'm giving you ideas to think about. So, remember CCAD, because it's fun. But honestly, it is what you're really trying to do. You want to confuse the attacker. You want to delay the attacker. You know, I like to annoy them too. Honeypots are incredibly low false positives. If anybody is in a honeypot, you know they're trying to do something bad, or they were screwing around. You're defending and detecting. That's what it's doing. It's going to find lateral movement. Okay, they're cost effective. When we sent the Raspberry Pis to 1,000 buildings around the world, it was $5,000 for the most part. I mean, and yet the CISO went and spent got $1 million internet, security insurance, and then had a breach 2 months later. Think about this, forensics, all the payloads that you can get off of these things. Incredible. Okay? This is real threat intelligence. This isn't paying for one of those companies that says, oh, look, Russia is attacking us. I know that. Tell me something I don't know. What are they really trying to attack us with? And where are they really? Okay? It's about thinking differently. You know, I've worked for companies, including fruit companies and so on. It's hard to monitor hundreds of thousands of users, servers all around the country or the world. But if you have honeypots strategically placed within those environments, those are the ones that are going to show you the real threat intel, and they're going to light up when somebody's really attacking. That's it. I hope you learned something today. I hope you now think honeypots are not toys. Even though some people will still tell you, oh, you're playing with honeypots. No, I'm using them to actually gather real information, do real security, and get real results. There's a lot of resources in this deck. I will get it posted by tomorrow up on my GitHub page, and I'll tweet the link for you so you can all download it and then get all the URLs and everything else that you need for there. I hope you learned something today. Thank you very much, and cheers. Any questions at all? I don't know. I don't think we have too much time. I'll be out there. Let me pack up my stuff. I'll come out. So if you have questions, we'll go for it out there.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to BSides Las Vegas Common Grounds. This track is Software Bill of Materials Challenges and How to Fix Them. A few announcements before we begin. Sponsors, we'd like to thank our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, LastPass and Palo Alto Networks, and our gold, yeah, very excited for the sponsors. And our gold sponsors, Amazon, Invisium, PlexTrack, Intel, Google, and BlueCat. It's their support, along with our other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that make this event possible. These talks are being streamed live, and as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silent. If you have a question, you can use this microphone up here. Just make sure they know if they're generous enough to let you ask. That way people can hear you on the stream and get the recording on YouTube. As a reminder, the BSides photo policy prohibits taking pictures without the explicit permission of the people in the frame. These talks are all being recorded and will be available in YouTube in the future. We would like you to keep your masks on at all times if you would. And looks like there's enough room for everyone, so let's get it started here. So, all right, guys.
Thank you. Hi everyone, good evening. I can't believe all of you showed up for a 6 p.m. talk. That's quite some commitment. We will try to answer your questions as much as possible, but our information will be displayed here. And Hossein and I will be available after the talk as well if you guys have any questions. With that, let's get started. Today we will be talking about what are software bill of materials, what kind of problems SBOM can solve, what are the challenges we have faced while generating SBOMs and how to fix them. So as all of you know, open source software is eating the world, right? Obviously there are a lot of advantages, the cost, less cost, as well as speed of execution when we use open source software to design, build, ship new services or tool. Now, considering these statistics we have here, if there is a critical vulnerability, you can imagine the gravity and the impact at scale. Let's take a look at a couple of them. Raise your hand if you remember 2017's Equifax breach. Oh wow, almost 60%. So in 2017, open source component Apache Strut server suffered a file upload vulnerability through which remote code execution was possible. And as a result, during this breach, almost 147 million users' personal data was compromised in America as well as in the US. And according to FTC, the settlement was around 425 million. Now let's take a look at our next example, Heartbleed. Raise your hand if you remember this one. This is little old, almost 10 years old. Okay, approximately 50%. So in 2012, on a New Year Eve, a German developer introduced a buffer overflow vulnerability in Heartbeat extension of OpenSSL. It was discovered almost after 2 years in April 2014 by Google researchers. And as we all know, almost 60% sites and services were affected by then. And it took all of us quite a few weeks and months to clean up the mess. Who remembers Log4j, the most recent? Awesome, almost 75–80%. Yeah. So in Log4j vulnerability, which allowed remote code execution, millions and millions of Java-based applications, data store, and devices, they were vulnerable, right? Now, those were the prime 3 examples. But if you look at this CVE data, what you see in 2011, CVSS score 9 and 10, these many vulnerabilities were produced, 832. And we are in 2022, right? And take a look at the number. Wow. Now, from this scary situation, can SBOM really save us to create remediation at scale? That's the question we are going to answer in today's presentation. So, hi, this is Trupti. I am engineering manager for software security at Datadog. I am a mobile game developer turned security professional. So as a developer, I truly can resonate with all the pain points a typical developer faces with respect to security. And I'm always open for mentoring, coaching, or interesting security and privacy conversation over virtual coffee or in-person coffee. When I'm not doing security, I like to exercise, and that's me upside down doing aerial yoga. Hike. I also like to conduct a meditation workshop because I believe in work-life balance. I'm a certified meditation instructor as well. This is my contact information. Feel free to add me in your LinkedIn or send me email with your questions or inquiries. With this, I would like to introduce my esteemed colleague, Hossein.
And hello, everybody. This is Hossein Siadadi. I'm a senior security engineer at Datadog. I have a PhD in computer science from NYU. I have a Zugeler. I worked on software supply chain security at Google as well. When I'm not doing security, I do hiking, swimming, and started surfing. This is Photoshop, obviously, but I aspire to be a good surfer.
Thank you, Hussein. So today's agenda is going to be, we are going to talk about open source software security gaps. And then Hussein will introduce us the concept of SBOM. I'm sure many of you are already familiar, but he will introduce in a very creative way for those for whom it's a new concept. And then he's going to talk about some of the toolings, SBOM use cases beyond improving open source software security. And then he will focus on SBOM challenges and what are some of the solution approaches we can use to fix them. I will also speak about some of the strategic initiative we as security professional can take in our respective organization to improve the state of open source software security. Now let's talk about what are the common open source software security gaps we see and why we see. The number one gap I see is open source software developers don't necessarily have security education. When they are at university, if at all they opted for university education, they either take one security class or they do not take security class. That knowledge is not sufficient for them preventing introducing security flaws in our open source code. Second gap I have seen most commonly is since last 10-15 years, we kind of relied on software composition analysis tools and not necessarily SBOM tools to fix our vulnerabilities. And mostly these vulnerabilities kind of lack more detailed information on exploitability and whatnot when we just purely relied on SCA tool. The third gap I have seen is almost 50% of the organization do not have open source software security policy or standard rolled out. What that does is every time there is a severe vulnerability like Log4j or Heartbleed, everybody loses sleep and they go start hunting what's the blast radius, what's the impact, let's go for upgrade if you are affected. But we do not necessarily have a policy that can educate our developer or create a culture of automatic software updates regardless of vulnerability. And we are going to talk how SBOM can help to achieve that state as well. Last thing, as a result of lack of education, lack of adequate tooling, lack of standard and policy, we see immature processes to upgrade OSs. Many times if OSs upgrades are already integrated in repository, there is a chance that they can break the service and cause regression. To avoid all these problems, let's see. Our main motivation is to improve the state of open source software security. And to do that, it is extremely important to understand how we can leverage software bill of material and what are the use cases. Traditionally, we are quite familiar with SBOMs generated from source code. But in today's talk, Hossein will be putting emphasis how we can generate SBOMs from different sources, such as source code, build time, and run time, and what are the unique advantages it can offer us to foster open source software security. And lastly, we would like to discuss some strategic initiative. With that, I would like to hand it over to Hossein.
Thank you, Trupti. So a warning before I go to the middle part section of the presentation, and that would be a SBOM fatigue. You have heard a lot of SBOM in the industry, but bear with me. Hopefully, when we link SBOM concepts together, hopefully we can get something out of it. So what is a SBOM? SBOM stands for Software Bill of Materials. And I'm very happy that Alex Friedman, he is in this meeting, and he's the SBOM guy who basically drives a lot of initiatives around the SBOM. And next week, they're going to have a big group of people getting together to talk about what is next step on the SBOM, where we can take it. But thank you so much for all the great work that you have done in the domain. And this definition comes from the very thorough documentations that NTIA has provided around the SBOM. And the definition goes as a SBOM is a nested inventory for software, a list of ingredients that make up software components. And if I want to draw some basically analogy in the domain of mechanical engineering, this is not a new concept. It's like 70 years, like 1960, industrial engineering and mechanical engineering. They have been having this sort of diagrams that they basically specify what are the components that are being used in an engine, for example, what is the shape, what are the lengths, what different aspects of that. To be able to, for example, diagnose if there is any problem in an engine, they go back and see, which part was this, what was the producer, and to be able to, fix the problem, identify and fix the problem. The same goes for the food industry and chemical engineering. For example, there are, customer-facing labels on almost any thing that we used recently that says, how much calorie this one has, what are the most important, materials that customers specifically want to know about, to be able to satisfy some of the use cases around, for example, if somebody has allergy, they should know if there is something that they are allergic to. But that definition of SBOM, as it appears, it sounds that the SBOM is only the list of dependencies or nested dependencies, but I want to just put some emphasis here that SBOM is not only the list of dependency, it's dependency plus some context. So in addition to the list of dependency, the suggested list of baseline information would be author name, for example, supplier name, component name, version string, component hash, a unique identifier, and relation of an object to other objects. In most of the cases, it would be including relation. One component could include other component, but the relation could be something else. Also, you can add as many other contextual information around dependencies like licensing, timestamp, end of life, or grouping, whatever. You can add as much context. And these information are very powerful for you to satisfy the use cases that I will talk about. So there are so many different use cases that we can imagine around the SBOM. So it's not only give me the list of dependencies, it's gonna serve the company with different use cases. There are tons of them. This is based on the research that we have done within the company. But I'm gonna emphasize on two of them only. One of them would be vulnerability management for discovering the vulnerabilities. For example, if you know that you have certain dependency to one specific open source project, for sure, if that dependency is impacted by a recent CVE, then you know that probably you are impacted by that, but not necessarily. The other one is something that is becoming more and more important is the software supply chain security. As I will describe, SBOM is not only one point of view of your software, but it could serve you to show the chain of the and the workflow of your software. So to give you a bit more context of how this SBOM is going to surface from the technical point of view, is that when you describe a piece of software, you're going to have a form of description of that. It could be free-form. You can choose how you want to present those data, but fortunately there are two major standards. One of them is SPDX, and the other one is CycloneDX. SPDX was created 2010. The most recent one is 2017. The major use case of SPDX was around compliance, to just show what are the components that I'm providing for this software, specifically if there was a piece of software that was used by an external company, a third-party company, you had to provide the list of ingredients of your software. But the CycloneDX is more of more recent use cases. This one is a specific example of a software with its dependency with different levels, and these are the descriptions of SPDX and CycloneDX of that. But as I will describe, we shouldn't be worried about the formats because they are interchangeable, and there are tools to convert from one format to other format. As Trupti mentioned in the beginning of the talk, you can create the SBOM or software bill of material in different stages of software creation, basically software development life cycle. They could come from source code. This is the most common case. There are tools that they get the source code. You run the command, including 3V or other tools. And I have linked basically when you have access to the slides, you're going to see a big document including all the tooling that you can use mostly on the source code. There are also integration with, for example, CI/CD. So you can add GitHub actions to your source code. So as you push new source code to your repository, these SBOM are going to get generated automatically. You can push them, reuse them, and generate them. And there are build time tools, for example, Microsoft SBOM generation tool that you can use to give you the build time software bill of material, which is something different. So, for example, in addition to the context, concept of the context that I mentioned, so not only the actual software that you have has dependencies, but the build tool that you are using has dependencies. So, for example, if that build tool is also impacted by one specific vulnerability, it might influence the final artifact that you generate. So all of these are related and should be considered. And the runtime dependency, at the moment, most of the tools that provide application performance monitoring, they have visibility to the components that your software is using, and they will be able to generate sort of software bill of material for you. But as I said, there are lots of hypes in industry around SBOM, and people truly and genuinely started generating SBOM from whatever software that they are using, but there are challenges. The first challenge is around tooling. So if you run two different tools, for example, on one repository, they're going to give you different results, different number of dependencies and different, number of them. For example, I ran two tools, 3V and CycloneDX GoMod on GoToF, and there are different number of dependencies. Of course, I mean, part of it could be because some of these tools include test time, test dependencies, or whatnot. But also, if you exclude them, you still see differences between the number and dependencies that they report. So this is one of the main challenges. And one aspect of it is that some of the tooling are noisy, basically. They generate too much dependencies that you are not actually using them. The other challenge, so for the first basically item, for the first challenge, the recommendation is to go after something we call correct tool for a specific language. So for one specific ecosystem, there could be some tooling that focus mostly on that specific language, and they provide better quality SBOM compared to some more general tooling. For example, from our experience, CycloneDX GoMod is providing better quality Golang dependencies. But eventually, what industry is going to diverge is that each of these tooling, like language-specific tooling provide, would be the base, and then all the other tooling basically run a command for that specific language, and they generate the SBOM. So eventually, the industry, I believe, that's going to converge to that point that we don't see these discrepancies anymore. The other challenge is unsupported build systems. Like, for example, we don't have any tooling for generating a SBOM for Bazel build projects. Monorepo is one of the common challenges that industries have, because everybody follows Google. Google has this monorepo system. So in many companies, there are monorepos. But the thing that happens in monorepos, there is no specified boundary between the projects from the perspective of these tools that they generate a SBOM. So you end up running a SBOM in the root project, which is a collection of projects, and you get a big SBOM. And those tools, they don't understand this specific folder is a separate server project, so they cannot provide a quality tool. Of course, you can annotate your tooling and have a higher level tooling that help with that, but at the moment, it's not embedded in the SBOM tooling. The other challenge is limited support for build time SBOM. And I guess we have to wait and see how the industry goes in this direction to provide better support for build time SBOM supports. And the last one, which is not actually a challenge, is most of people are concerned about the formatting. And I would say we shouldn't worry about the format, because they can be easily converted using the existing tools. The other challenge in the domain of SBOM is that, understanding of, we have generated all these SBOMs, but how can we use it? How should we use it, right? Because when we generate lots of data, it adds to the confusion unless we know how should we use it. And one of the directions that the industry is going towards is to basically utilize SBOM, for example, for the vulnerability management. And that is inclusion of some more context to SBOM. For example, if you are familiar with, there is a concept of vulnerability exchange. That is an extra piece of information which lists the list of vulnerabilities that your software is actually impacted by. And if you basically couple that with the SBOM information, or use the SBOM information to generate VEX, it's going to be a very powerful tooling. So as Trupti mentioned, basically we have to think about how we want to use SBOM information in the context of open source software security, and one aspect is automated software upgrade. So when we generate SBOM information automatically, when we identify which specific vulnerability we are impacted with using the VEX information, we will be able to automatically use some tooling to automatically upgrade, for example, that dependency that we have if there is a new version that we want to fix. So what I'm trying to say here is that a SBOM by itself is a collection, a database of lists of dependencies, but we have to put it in the context and couple it with different useful information, including VEX, to be able to take a proper action. In the slide that I mentioned about the shortcoming of a SBOM, one was accuracy of the information that they get from the SBOM. For example, there were dependencies in from the source that they weren't accurate enough. So one approach to overcome the noisy information is to put information of a SBOM from different stages of software. For example, if we have a collection of a SBOM generated from source code, from build time, and from runtime, it's going to help us to reduce some of the noises. For example, from the source time, we would see 10 dependency. In the runtime, we see, for example, 3 dependency. So at least this means that those 7 extra dependency that we see from the source time shouldn't be the focus or the highest priority. If not, they are false positive otherwise. But the collection of these 2 pieces of information shows us like what should be the focus and what is the priority. And also, some piece of information that we get from the build time dependency is something that we don't get from source and runtime, because we don't know how this piece of software was built, what was included in the build system, to be able to find some of the vulnerabilities that the system has. So putting this piece of information together is going to help us to know which vulnerability is important. When we see them in runtime, they are the most important. To know how should we fix them. For example, if you only have the runtime dependencies, when you want to fix them, you don't know what is the source code. You can't trace them back and see, what happened during the SDLC that we ended up in this situation. So the conclusion here in this slide is that, we need all these 3 pieces of information together, to put them together to be able to have a usable, basically a SBOM that is going to be less noisy and can serve us in the use cases that we mentioned. As an illustration of the last point, as you know, Datadog has an agent. The agent is open source because customers have to install this piece of software on their infrastructure. We have to provide that. But at the time that you see, for example, the SBOM from the source code, you see a bunch of dependencies, DD tracer, go, proto, buff with this version, with this package URL. But what you don't see from the source time is build time SBOM, which is like the version of Python that we are using, PyLint, and of course, there is a link in the build time that is gonna be referring to this SBOM. But there are tons of other information that is not included in the source code. And basically, when you put these 2 pieces together, you're going to see the basically 2D picture of the SBOM. If you add runtime, you're going to see the 3D, which are helping you to basically go through the use cases that I mentioned. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Trupti.
Thank you, Hussein. Just to put things into perspective, Datadog agent has more than 1,600 dependencies. And for the sake of simplicity, we only showed a snapshot, the major difference between SBOM generated from source code as well as from build time. Now let's talk about some of the other strategic initiative. Let's say using SBOM generated from source, build, runtime, we are getting accurate information. Is that sufficient to drive remediation at scale? Probably not. So in order to do that, in order to our SBOMs to be really effective, what other initiatives we can take to help with the situation of open source software security. So the number one suggestion is start training your developers. If you guys have programs like Security Champions, Security Ambassador program, teach your developers about secure SDLC, how to design features, architecture from security point of view. Put special emphasis on secure coding guidelines, secure CI/CD. Teach them how to use basic security tools like static code analyzer. When we publish articles, don't we all use spell check? Why can't we do with the source code, right? Let's make sure our developers use high quality static code analysis tools just like a spell check. For whatever reason, let's say you guys don't have your very own Security Champions program or developer education program, then you can rely on some of the open source foundations that I have listed here. First.org has excellent 2 hours long training on how to prioritize technical vulnerabilities and severity. OpenSSF has all these programs freely available for our open source software developers so that they can learn about these vulnerabilities and start preventing introducing these security flaws in our code. Last, I would say that generate or create a culture of security so that developers feel empowered to own security from end to end. When it comes to usability, when it comes to scalability, performance, developers do care about these things, right? So when it comes to security, it's not only security team's responsibility. They should own it end to end, and we should act like trusted security advisors. That was about education. Now let's focus on what other things we can do. So using SBOM, accurate detection is awesome. It reduces noise. It gives us exact list of software upgrades that are necessary. But that's a very reactive approach. And when things like Log4j or Heartbleed comes, we want to use that reactive approach. But as such, that's not the approach which is scalable. So we need to create an engineering culture where we can teach our engineers to get into the habit of doing automated software upgrades even if there are no vulnerabilities, right? We shouldn't wait for vulnerabilities to start doing upgrades. And as I mentioned earlier, almost 40 to 50% of organizations do not have such policy that will enforce engineering to get into that habit. So we literally need to sit down with each and every engineering team, understand their SBOM, software composition analysis, which components are high impact and that can cause regression versus which components are low impact that we can upgrade on the fly few times a week or few times a month. Get an agreement with them to frequency of upgrades and whatnot. Something that is high impact for one team may not be high impact for another team depending on the design and architecture. We can find all this information only after having an honest talk with them. So definitely, besides generating SBOMs or rolling out fancy tool, sit down with your engineering leadership and establish an automated software upgrade program. Get that policy into place. Now let's talk about how we can go about building such policy. So start with the licensing file or the SBOM output of different products. I understand this may not be a perfect list, but that's a good starting point. And as I mentioned earlier, for each team, for each product or major component, create a list of high impact components that we cannot afford to upgrade every now and then. Maybe, Postgres is the high impact component that we can afford to upgrade only twice a year. Whereas some other libraries such as RubyGem, we can upgrade now and then. And it's going to be different for each team. So get that agreement, establish SLA, communicate that schedule as part of their sprint planning and quarterly planning so that they are well aware that this is coming and it's not a surprise. You know, the way vulnerability, a severe vulnerability randomizes all of us, we all hate that, right? Developing the habit of, regular upgrades will make that randomization as minimum as possible. And eventually create the culture of staying on top of your upgrades, including end of life. Because end of life component, they introduce operational risk. When certain components are not supported, we cannot rely on that code. Anything can be a weakest link. With that, let me discuss some of the key takeaways. So open source software supply chain related security issues, they are unavoidable. They are not going anywhere. But there is a ray of hope. SBOM generated from source code plus build plus runtime, as Hossein explained, can definitely help to reduce that noise and improve the overall accuracy. Depending on the use case of SBOM, we can add context. For example, in case of vulnerability, we can add vulnerability exploitability information to drive prioritization. And other strategic initiatives such as building open source software security policy plus building developer security education program, these are priceless. Now, call for action. If you don't remember anything from this talk, I want you to remember these 3 things. First, do not rely on SBOM generated just from source code. Find tools and mechanisms that can help you combine the result of SBOM generated from build, source, and runtime. Second, always think about the context, such as vulnerability exchange information. When the context is added to SBOM, it creates really valuable information. And with the help of open source software policy, you can improve the prioritization problem that most of the organizations face with software upgrades. And last, call for action. Please consider rolling out a developer security education to elevate the overall open source software security state. More our developers are empowered, less security flaws they are going to introduce in code. With that, thank you so much, BSides, for having us here, and we are open for questions.
So I just wonder if you have any examples of people that are using SBOMs, consuming them, and doing stuff with them. Because I know I've been asked for them, and I ask the preferred format, and I get answers like Excel. They've been told they need an SBOM, but they have no capability of actually using or understanding an SBOM. So we have good tools to generate them. They may not be accurate yet, but what are the tools to consume them and generate actionable, intelligence and actions off of them?
So I can't really think about the tooling that they provide this service, but I guess there are platforms you can, eventually when you have the SBOM information, you can yourself put them in the form of a database and make them queryable. That would be the closest suggestion that I would make. But there are already commercial tools that they try to make them searchable, linkable, and also when you have that in your database, if you have extra information about anything like contextual information, you can link them, join them together to make them usable. So I would say the first step would be to put them in form of a searchable database. Yeah.
Any other question? Please keep your mask down when you, otherwise it becomes difficult to hear.
Sure. So let's say, for example, that we manage the problem of having everyone generate the SBOM in a specific format. Now, let's add that we work in an organization not with one product, but with millions of products, okay? So that will generate a fatigue in the alerts, a fatigue in the amount of risk to prioritize. Do you have any learnings on how to manage that increasing risk, like taking into account in application security, we're always going to be out proportioned by the amount of things to do.
That's again a great question. So when we have this collection of spam from different software that our system is using, how we want to basically prioritize the vulnerabilities that we see, for example, from the list of them. And I would say like the same approach we have to, I mean, this is a great question to think of like a priority perspective of these dependencies. I would say start from the runtime. So the thing that you see in the runtime are dependencies that you are actually using them. So the list that you get mostly are from the source time spam, right? That's usually what happens. So if you have some tooling like application performance monitoring tools that they have visibility to actual dependencies that you are using based off of these software, that is a great starting point to see, the source code. It announces that there are, 2,000 dependencies, and then in the runtime you only see 10 of them. So those 10 dependencies are basically the great start, but then you have enough time to go over the list of vulnerabilities of the source code base. That's the lowest hanging fruit, but you can define different measures. Like for example, recently Google and some other developers, they have provided the ranking and rating of the open source project with respect to software supply chain security. So you can include those scores into the risk of each of these projects and measure that into, which one you want to start first to address. Yes. But that's not an easy problem to solve overall. Yeah.
And I would like to also add to what Hossein mentioned. Personally, what has helped me is vulnerability exploitability exchange information. So over period, building a database of VEX and only fixing those components which are severely impacted. That's another good strategy to reduce, the prioritization problem. Third thing I have done is we have to start somewhere, right? So if we can find top 20 open source components or libraries used across all the products, and then provide, guidance on how to securely consume those libraries, that's another great approach. For example, OpenSSL library, it is used in pretty much every security product, right? Or it is used for every security features such as encryption, data at rest, or encryption in transit, TLS. Then making sure our developers knows how to consume OpenSSL securely, and teaching them how to make sure they don't use a OpenSSL version that is already susceptible to known CVEs. That's a huge win. So yeah, those are some of techniques I would use to drive prioritization when you have millions of products. All right, any more questions, comments, insults? Going once, twice, thrice. All right, thank you everybody. This means a lot to us. Thank you BSides Las Vegas. Hussein. Hussein, yeah, here you go. By the way,
Yeah. David Kafira.